Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Tabletalkers. I'm Robert. I'll be your host for tonight as we go back into Mark for Destiny campaign. Episode 2, 3, 1.5.
Three, technically, if we're counting the others as 1 and 2.
Bit weird.
One if we're not.
Either way, after the last 2 sessions of getting everyone's little intro there, we should be uniting all 4 players tonight at some point. Everyone, please say hello.
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 Hello?
I was gonna go with Paulo.
I beat you to it.
Konnichiwa.
Anyways, last couple of games, we have the party at the moment split off into 2 groups of 2, having each of their origin stories in their own little session there before meeting up and starting to head out a little bit. Matt and Medina as Saltash and, or not Saltash, but Saltdriss and Valthioff met and started their little journey together a little bit. After one of them fell down a mountain. We'll go with that term, fell down a mountain. Had a not good time. The other being finding out that his dad wasn't actually his dad, had a bit of a prophetic dream, sent him and his brothers off on each different cardinal directions to go on their own little journeys, dealing with a little prophecy of the world here. Met up with Saltdriss, found out he got a horse stolen, and 2 of them had a little bit of interesting talk, moved through the woods a little bit, found a couple people, did a little bit of interrogation, found out there's a little bit of banditry at work in the area. Moving along, fought an electrically charged warg that they didn't really have much info on. Started to run off towards a village, deciding, oh, food smells good. Meanwhile, the other group, one of them got chased. As I sit here and go through names that are hard to pronounce. Kamaxtel. Yes. Kamaxtel found out he's probably about to get assassinated. His main manservant essentially escorted him away before things could actually go down, at which point things immediately went down. Manservant got poisoned, gave him a bag of supplies, helped him escape, told him there was a boat set aside, and he had to book it away from home as some of his clutchmates appear to have instigated their plot to take over. Taking a nice little boat ride in the stormy seas, and nearly drowning, meeting his patron. Had a little bit of interesting talk about how things can work and his role in the world, and then woke up on a beach very far north of where he's used to being. Had a little bit of a talk with an alcoholic local, then got introduced to a fellow Yanti no longer on their homeland, and got sent north to air quotes good witch, who, after hearing the old man in the sky talk about things, decided, yeah, sure, she'll teleport you across the continent through some trees back up north in the northern parts of the continent. We had Dancing Light, also known as Danny, who in his very herbalistic druid village got told, he's pretty special, and got to go talk with the god of his little mixed tribe of druids, Arvindil. Sent out on a quest of, yeah, bad things are going to happen, and, we're not allowed to directly interact with this, so I'm going to need you to go fix it, man. and got sent off. Upon meeting some wizardly-looking dude in a cave, gave him a head of lettuce, told him he'd know when the time to use it was, and then promptly poofed into the wind. Shortly thereafter in his journeying, a Yanti and an elven woman would come out of a tree at the borderlines of a different forest territory, which the two of them got to be there, look at each other, have the elven woman leave, and that's pretty much where we pick up at with Dancing Light and Kmaxnal, kind of there awkwardly face to face, about to set forth on their travels.
Now, as they stated, there's some sort of plum tree or something like that where it is that we're going. Keep a lookout for those since I don't know what they are.
Yes.
You don't know what
As a reminder,
tree is?
Plumrose was the elf you were told to go find. All right. Baddies.
Yes.
You two are up. What would you like to do or interact with this strange fellow? You can re-describe each other if you don't remember what the other looks like.
You think I remember what I look like?
I mean,
There's no mirror here. We're just out in the snow. Mirrors be horrendous.
Above table. But Matt and Medina are here now, and they weren't for the initial thing.
yeah.
Well, they can get a description when we meet them.
Fair enough. We were
Fair
at the
enough.
spot where we'd already started moving forward, and I kind of pushed
Yeah.
him to be guide because where the fuck am I? It's cold and I hate it.
Yeah. And these are woods that he's not, these are out of his familiar territory now,
I'm
but
really sleepy for some reason. I don't get it.
Oh, I just have a list of puns here.
And that shit.
I don't even have a description of my character, just a list of puns.
This is my guide.
My respect has dramatically risen.
so is this just you two are just walking quietly without really saying anything?
We had a
And
bunch
just
of
like a few-
conversation at the end of last one, and I don't really have anything to add to it. It'd probably be functional, like, where the fuck am I going? What is that? But
Yeah, just walking a few feet behind
It's
him
just vamping.
quietly.
I could vamp, but that doesn't get us anywhere.
I can't stop you, and I would be along for the ride. You hold the session at gunpoint right now.
And I would
Do
say
you mean at punt point?
first time, but it's not.
Get the fuck out. Where's this button?
You said, "Where's this button?" and then Matt just appeared.
Yes,
That's what he did. He kicked him out the call.
you'll figure it out.
She'll notice eventually. There we go.
All right. Did you
Now I
do it
did
again?
it.
or
No,
is that
that
it?
wasn't me.
You might have broke Matt's connection.
Congratulations. It's not me holding the session at gunpoint.
It still is. You can just carry on.
Okay.
Can he? All right.
Matt, did you fix it? Is it okay now?
Yes, Thad can carry on with his wayward son.
Oh god, I hear Jeff Jarrett's music from the other room. Slapnuts is back.
Not me.
None of you get that reference except maybe Medina.
This be chaotic. I can see it now.
Familiar.
Alright. We can talk about wrestling later, though. Now, as you two have your quiet walk through the forest, Maxwell, this is, this is a much different forest, than you're used to. Aside from the obvious of different trees and the temperature, things are a lot quieter. It's not that, it's not that feeling of like everything is quiet. Oh shit, there's a predator somewhere around. It just seems to be kind of like the nature of this place is a lot more quiet. You don't hear all the insect chirpings, the birds going about, lizards and frogs and amphibians making different noises. Aside from the wind, a lot of things here are just really still. Speaking of wind, fuck, that's cold.
I am in my big jacket that I was given. It's all I've got.
And Danny, you came the neighboring forest, and this is a bit off to you. Say the flow and energies of nature through the land and the air is a bit different and off-putting.
This is an unfamiliar environment. I am slightly uncomfortable, but it's fine because it's still just trees and snow.
I'd like one of you to roll me a d20, please.
Thaddeus has a fantastic relationship with his dice, so I advocate him.
Non-natural one. It almost was a denied.
Do you mean position on the dice?
Hmm?
I mean, it's kind of close on the dice, I guess, yeah.
No, it hit the side of my mouse pad, was on a 1, and then tipped over to roll to a 9.
So I say, the one's adjacent to 9, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, you guys continue to just have a quiet walk through the woods for a couple hours. As eventually you're able to pick up on something, Danny. You spot a dim light off in the distance. It looks sort of like a faint purplish blue fire. Doesn't look like there's actually anything burning around it though, so it's kind of floating there.
Random flame just floating in the middle of the woods?
Yeah.
That absolutely seems like something that should be investigated.
It's a couple hundred feet away at the moment.
You don't want it setting the trees on fire. So I'm just going to start pivoting towards that direction.
All right. You start walking that way as you get closer. That's definitely just a small, like baseball-sized little orb of fire just floating there. And getting closer, you can see off in the distance. Hey, there's another. And another. Kind of in a line at this point of now that you've turned, you can kind of see them a bit better getting closer. They're in a line, each spaced a couple hundred feet apart.
I'm just gonna stop next to the first one.
You don't feel any
Oh,
warmth off of it. You were saying, Thaddeus?
I forgot.
I am sorry.
Stops. Looks at the little light ball. Looks at the person that was assigned to be guide. Looks back to the light ball. Looks back to the guide. Shuffles coldly.
You're probably a
And just
little
light bulb.
displeased at that, Camaxdal. This fire is not warm.
So can I touch the little light bulb?
As you reach your hand out, just you don't feel anything through it. It kind of just lets you pass through it.
Well, where are you leading off to? You don't mind going on a little mini adventure, right? Right? Yeah, sure. It'll be fine. Time to follow the flame trail. I need to follow the flame.
As you proceed to follow the flame trail, on occasion, you could swear you catch something on the edge of your peripheral vision. Any attempt at looking, though, there's nothing there. It just seems like moving shadows, which it's gotten dark at this point, and without these actual lights here, dark vision only does so much.
A dark vision really does much.
You have color at least as things are lit in this pale purple light. Going along, the crunching of leaves you go through. At one point, you're pretty sure you just saw a really short person poking out behind a tree, off in the distance. Like halfling gnome size type area of height.
I'm assuming I'm not seeing shit because my passive is significantly lower than his. It's
Oh,
just
no, you're able-
cold and I'm tired.
Yeah. You were able to see the little person as well.
Ah, okay.
These shadows dancing around. See, you're seeing them too.
Is that a normal occurrence?
It's what a normal occurrence.
The little guys.
People being- Are you complaining because there's someone shorter than you just living in the woods? So insensitive. But sure, I'm sure somebody lives around here. As long as they don't have any complaints about us walking by, I'm sure everything's fine.
We're traipsing through their territory instead of going along what amounted to a path.
Well, this is a path. Think.
Yeah, it's a decent path. It's not, like a man-made path, but it's a path that exists between the trees pretty well.
And when a path appears in front of you, you don't just ignore it. Tell us you're supposed to find anything fun or interesting, or where you're going.
Somehow I think I was recently forced into contact with something that would love that outlook on life.
Feel like you should question what you're talking about. But also like I don't want to know.
It's too cold for story time for me. The sun does come out, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
Oh.
Let's see, what year is it?
Year 990.
You might see it tomorrow morning, hopefully. If not, maybe sometime next month. You never know. Really depends on how far north we are. I thought it was going south.
At the moment, you guys are heading west.
So we just have to see.
Okay.
Acceptance of a cold fate in your future.
We don't like the cold. Why are you all the way up here? I mean,
Did
you're
the magic
prepared,
fey lady
obviously,
not
but-
key you in? That shit was weird.
Say it again, please.
Did the magic fey lady not key you in? That shit was weird.
That's not abnormal
Eh.
around here.
As you're saying that, a couple small dancing lights go through the sky, flying, let's say, in the distance from the tree, flying from tree branch to tree branch.
Yeah, I'm not getting the best of vibes from this.
They got a kind of green. They had the kind of like greenish glow.
What's wrong?
What do you mean, what's wrong?
Yeah, what's wrong? So you're just following the lights to reach a certain conclusion, wherever it is. I see no problems with this.
Give me, both of you, give me a perception check, please. Walking along here.
"22."
Mm,
Unnecessary die, but sure, whatever.
$11.
11. Well, you're just taking in the lights. You're just moving forward, Danny. Like, yeah, everything's okay here. Kamaxtel, you're on edge. It's cold. Shadow figures have been moving around. There's been dancing lights. As you two are walking, you turn your head at one point, and just about 10 feet away, behind a tree, you see that little small humanoid figure again, kind of just a bit of a scraggly looking face, unkempt beard. They got a little red hat on, kind of poke their head around the corner and just kind of have that look of meeting eyes with you, just oh. Do you immediately do anything?
So like I said, or alluded to, they're trailing us along this thing as you follow their light. As I kind of slowly, like, shift an eye over toward Danny.
Just kind of not breaking eye contact with you, it just kind of like slowly just puts its head back around the other side of the tree.
Would you like to go say hi? I'm sure they're friendly people. I haven't really met too many on up here.
How many things have you met up here? Coming to a horrible realization.
Quite a lot,
Okay.
people, I think.
For reference, Danny? Yeah, most people you find up here are actually. A lot of them are traders. They're usually pretty friendly, and at least if they're not friendly, they can be negotiated with through trade. Even even more like the fey creatures and more mysterious things. Most of the things from your area, pretty jolly. They're pretty nice. A lot of them just want to have a good time. Some of them, they're just curious.
Even that weird wizard dude that apparently can throw meteors at you was really nice to me. He just gave me some information. And a head of lettuce, for some reason.
So you were with the person that sent the seemingly planet-wide message telling people to get to a certain location.
Yes.
And you're not currently at that location, nor are you taking me in a direct path toward that location. Are you yourself supposed to go there? I believe you alluded to that.
I just want to go ask him what this head of lettuce is for. Because he didn't tell me what it was for, but that was important. So, just gonna go ask him what it was. That can be done whenever. You made it sound like you were important. You should probably be over there. Which is why I asked why you were up here, and not over there.
A bunch of stuff I'd rather be a little warmer to talk about. But as it currently stands, we're heading deeper into this wooded area with things taking great interest in our approach. Of course, we're supposed to be heading to another Fae's house, which I'm vaguely aware is something important, but not
But we just
entirely.
decided a lighter path so we can get over there. Quicker, sooner,
Is that
faster.
what's currently happening? Does the environment match what we're looking for? I'm asking you, not knowing what these things are.
You're looking for a random Fae house. Their house will not match the environment that they're in. They rarely ever do.
Well, the last one was a big overgrown plant, and around it there were a bunch of plants that kind of sort of fit the same vibe.
And what about around that?
More of a standard area, but it wasn't a jarring transition.
So you guys are talking, a couple more of those dancing lights off into the distance flicker between places. With your high perception check there from a moment ago, let that carry on here. And senses are a bit wound at the moment. Just you hear what faintly just sounds like a bit of talking from one of the trees. Kamaxtal, what languages do you have?
List. Common, Abyssal, Draconic, Infernal, Elvish.
Yeah, you don't know what they're saying. You hear a little bit of talking. You're not sure what it is. You just hear some talking coming from the tree branches up high. You can see one of those lights though, where that talking's coming from.
Can we just get through this as quickly as possible?
You really don't like the cold, do you?
I don't, and this place is setting off alarm bells. And I've come to trust those.
Don't want to go on an adventure. We can get back onto our original path, which I think was that way. But also knowing the fate, we probably should walk back to the start of the light. Just so you don't step on any toes, you know?
At that, you have a bit, one of the little dancing lights sit there and kind of shake one of the trees above you, almost like someone's like jumping on one of the tree branches for a moment to knock a few those like reddish, let's say the reddish leaves that are transitioning colors down from you, and with a little bit of a swirl of the wind, a pixie kind of flowing with it lets the little whirlwind there guide her gliding through until she hits the ground. And in a bit of an assertive pose, just like back from the way you came. If Lady Plumrose is expecting you, you go that way. This thing is like a foot tall for reference. A bit smaller. Just to say, it's got greenish skin, elven features, a dress which appears to be made up of leaves and plant material wrapped around it. Little fairy wings. Actually, you have no idea what the fuck this is. Danny? Hey, that's a pixie. You've seen those before.
Hi. You said she was off in that way? Which
Pointing
I
to the
don't know which way is.
Pointing towards the way you guys were just going.
Towards the lights, following the lights,
Yeah,
or the way we're okay.
the way yeah, towards the lights.
She's off that way, right?
The way you're just going.
See, I told you this was the way we needed to go.
If you got an appointment or you're supposed to be there, you don't want to be late. You don't want to make her mad.
That's a really good point. I don't know when we're supposed to be there, though. I don't know exactly what time it is.
Kind of sits there and floats off the ground a little minute for a second, fluttering wings a bit. Sucks to be you then.
Yeah, well, he does. Oh. Thank you for illuminating our path. We'll be on our way now. Come on. We need to hurry up so we can actually get to where we need to be going.
I'm
We don't want to be
still
late.
following you.
Yeah. Just moving at double time.
Get a little jog on.
And now we're going fast.
Well, you're cold, and I thought this might warm you up a bit.
Not how it works.
Isn't it? Because
Working
I'm
for you.
rusting, pumping.
It's working for you. You're warming up a bit there on getting a little jog on. Having said, after a good jog, that's definitely good enough for good warm up exercise. You guys are getting, say, building a little bit of a sweat, which isn't good in the cold. However, following the lights, after a period, there is a clear-cut, line in the ground where the trees change once again, following these glowing lights. And Danny, dancing lights. You can recognize what these are. Those are plum trees. Rows and rows of them like an orchid. Orchard. Orchid's a flower. This looks like proper farmland more so.
You see what I meant by a sudden transition from a hostile environment to a normal environment, or whatever, around their house? This is what I meant. This just happens.
As the air itself is just sweet now. You can also pick up a bit of smoke in the wind, it might be a fire somewhere around. You don't see any, normal fire lights, though. You still have just these blue lights heading forward to the orchard here.
Is anything visibly on fire?
No. Continuing forward, though, you can see some smoke in the air. Up a bit higher. Looks more like it's coming out of it's more like that might be like a chimney. As coming finally out of a clearing in the trees, you are met with not a house not entirely made out of plant matter this time, but you have a mixture of stone and tree modeled together, forming a rather large building that, yes, it has a smokestack. Yes, there's probably a fire lit inside making the smoke. As you guys reach the back of this building here, looks like it's 3 stories. Looks like it's 3 stories high. Goes pretty far on both sides, and like I said, mixture of modeled tree and stone together, looking for a pretty solid wall. There's a couple of windows on each of the floors.
Okay, so you seem to have
Wow.
more experience dealing with these things. So I suppose I should follow your lead, given that we're heading to the same destination.
Destination for different reasons. So if there's a house, we just go and knock on the front door. Be polite. You know?
Yes.
As you guys walk around the front of this place, you can see that there's a whole small village here. And a little ways, I'd say, of actually having much more of those lights around, have things decently well lit at places. You can see what looks to be a bigger main road off a bit in the distance. And there's a big sign up there written in, say, it's a dark purple with silver. It looks like the paint for the actual letter is silvered. It just says the Sugar Plum. And looks more like a proper inn or shop than a normal house. Knocking on the door like you had said.
Open the door like I just said.
Nothing happens. A couple seconds go by. The door opens up. You don't see anyone that opened the door, though, there. And you're immediately met with a wash of warm, comforting smells. Like, it smells like there's a pot roast. It smells like there's a pot roast on. There's well-seasoned pastries. Spices are abundant. And the air itself, much more comfortable temperature. As Arik has his mic muted for something that finally might comfort him. The dog speaketh.
I have no control over what people do in the background, man.
Understand. But yeah, finally, warmth. As
My blood resumes
inside,
flowing.
as inside, you have what looks to be a proper tavern setup on the first floor here in a shopping counter with several tables around. And there appears to be walking tree-like people going around and tidying up the place.
Are there actual patrons to this tavern?
You have one person at a table who is blackout drunk, they look like. Like, they're already passed out. Snoring quietly. The inside here is very, very cozy. Like, all the chairs are a nice padded leather. The wood itself looks very good to sit on. It's a floors, nice hardwood, well kept up. The desk as well. Several of the things are plants which appear to be growing out of the floor, like some of the tables look like they're trees that have grown up and then taken shape to be a table. There's an upstairs which has a door that's closed at the moment. As you can hear some footsteps kind of starting to bang from down below. As out from behind what appears to be the actual, you could say, clerk desk, or a shop area, more so. kind of stomping up is one of those other tree peoples. They're not as big as tree ants would normally be, but they're more standard humanoid size. A lot easier to work around in this place when you're more human-sized than a full-size tree. And it comes up to the desk for a moment, acknowledges you two, and kind of steps aside a little bit and gives a slight bow and hand gesture. As you see a big hat come up from the from just those, what you can assume are stairs behind there. Big hat popping up from the desk at first. And underneath that big hat, you're met with what appears to be a pale elven lady. In what you would picture as very a typical witch attire in the purple, say a deep purple plum shades of purple. Robes across her big floppy hat. It's got that little slight crook in it. Pretty comfortable looking shawl on, decorated with a good amount of different kinds of jewelries and various baubles and necklaces around her. Pale skin, slightly sunken in eyes. That look, the look of someone who just almost never sleeps. In the eyes themselves, they have a faint glow to them. Just a deep purple, almost hypnotizing. Conventionally, it'd be a conventionally pretty attractive woman that just looks like she hasn't slept for the most part. However, elves don't sleep normally. For you, Danny, elves normally meditate and don't look tired like this. Maxtel, you're not sure what's going on here. They just look like a tired person.
The only reason I had the language is because of literature.
As the two of them, I need both of you to make a wisdom save.
I forget that with Kamaxtel here, we have the "Is it magical?" every time I have to make a save.
Yes.
Okay. "22."
Thaddeus.
16. Not 16,
16. 18. She kind of adjusts her hat a little bit coming up. Like I said, those eyes almost have a bit of a hypnotism to them. Yes, sorry I'm a bit late. Helms, I didn't keep you long here, did I? Don't mean to be a rude host. Welcome to the Sugar Plum. What can I do for you?
Yes, hello, looking for a lady Plumrose, I believe.
That would be me, yes. She kind of leans over and sets a hand on the desk, letting a little bit of cleavage show. Kind of resting her head in her hand.
It's great. Why did you need to find her again?
I guess I'll take over. Hello.
He was looking for you.
I
I don't remember why.
The big announcement that happened from the sky earlier today, technically, I believe. Above game. Yeah. Right.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, but old Bulwarker's message, yes. The old fool there didn't really say when we were supposed to go, so I am to attend that as well. And I was just going to wait for another message to say the actual time. Bulwarker is not all there sometimes. Very powerful man, but he's, can be a bit forgetful.
Cannot say I rightly know. All I know is that I was at your sister's residence at the time, and they put us here. Where this gentleman was right where we popped out. Who then took us the rest of the way here.
She kind of pauses for a moment. Yeah. Great. Fate is in work. Lovely. Stars are in motion. Great. Okay. I'll have to send my sister a message later. And thank her for delivering the two of you, which I assume also have the mark.
No, I just need to go talk to the guy. I mean, I want to go talk to Mr.
Deception
Blizzard
check.
dude, but that's it.
Deception check.
That wouldn't be deception.
You have the mark.
I am unaware that I have that mark. I just have a magic birth.
No, but you're definitely aware you have the mark. It's there. It's visible.
I'm unaware that it is the same mark that it is that they have. As no one has mentioned or labeled it as the same as their.
I see common sense is lacking to connect that the voice in the sky said the marked people should go here.
Yes, common sense is lacking.
All right. If you wouldn't mind
I've
showing
been
me the
called by a
mark.
different name this time.
If you wouldn't mind showing me the mark, please, at least for proof. For Kamak still there.
Sure.
Sit there, take a minute to what yours was like, what, on like your left pec or something?
I think that's where the dice put it.
You did yours fully randomized, and I remember it was like pretty close to like core.
I was hoping for forehead. I did not get forehead.
As you sit there and undo your sweater, undo your your warm, cozy sweater, and sit there and pick apart a piece of clothing, which if it's on your pec there, you should be able to like adjust your shirt enough to like show it a little bit. Okay, well, you know, normally I charge for staying here, but I don't trust invoking Bulwarker's wrath, as he can be fickle sometimes, generous but fickle. And they did just say to let people travel. Don't usually let people stay for free, though. How are you two with some manual labor for the next few days? So you can work for your stay.
My usefulness in that department will depend highly upon what the labor is.
Any experience with farming?
Plenty.
Wood chopping? Butchering?
Blinks.
Stops for a second, looks you up and down, and kind of like gestures you closer, like whisper style.
Uh-huh.
So, does your compatriot there know what you are?
I'm not sure they know what they are.
Do you want what you are kept secret?
In what way?
I know your kind are usually good with poisons. You could help me with that, but if you don't want it known that you can make those, don't have to say it out loud.
I'm getting the feeling I'm going to have to be dealing with it for a while. So you feel free.
Well, that's yours to disclose, not mine. But if you want to help make poisons, that can be arranged.
That would likely go better than telling me to plow.
No, no, you two don't look the type for plowing, anyways. Kind of give a sigh with that remark. Okay. Stops for a second, looking at you. I say, looking at Danny there. Have we met before? Or maybe someone in your family?
You've probably met someone in my family. We do kind of live up here. I, Thaddeus, do not remember the names of anybody that's in my family. So,
Wait. Are you from the Goliath tribe area?
yes. So you do know them.
I've done some trades over there. Nice people. Respect the land well enough. Stay out of my land. I normally stay out of theirs unless it's just for goods and trade.
Makes perfect sense to me. Fair enough. So you said you wanted us to do some farming or something to pay for our stay?
If you're of that tribe, you might be able to help with just some of the agriculture areas there. We can work out an exact area to send you in the morning.
That sounds okay to me.
As you hear, they say, you guys are going over that, someone quickly bust into the room just through the front door there. It looks to be an orcish or half-orcish fellow. Ma'am, the bird people are back. Make sure everyone stays inside. She kind of say, for Danny there, you could notice as he say after when he had busted into the room, wand was at ready, like just like swoosh, like out from under the cloak. It can do it like from the like from the sleeve into the hand immediately.
From Lady Plumrose?
Yes.
Did she start putting it away?
Yeah, she's picking up her dress and starting to walk around the counter. Can you two fight?
We'll find out, won't we?
Running outside. Hey, this could be part of your work. As it's hard to see in the background of the night, but what looks to be roughly around 4.5 to 5 feet tall, pale humanoids with the legs of birds, and they have arms that at the elbow joint turn into wings rather than full arms. And full-on large corvid heads. Say blackened wings. There's pale bodies that are crooked and don't look quite right, along with the rest of it. There is just a cacophony of ka 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 echoing out. It's the orcish man there with armed with a cleaver starts booking it back across over to one of the houses, which it's nighttime, most people are asleep. This looks to be more like he noticed this and just came to alert. And I would like for the two of you to roll initiative.
Sure.
You two take care of things on the ground.
Better
I'll shoot things out of the sky. What, Thaddeus?
Nothing else. Talking to myself.
All right. Either of you above 20?
Negative.
No.
All right. 15 to 20?
70.
19.
All right.
Oh,
There we go. There we go. There it is. Okay. Danny 19. Cam 17. All right. That makes things nice and easy. As a swarm of 3 bird people are flying around cawing, looking at what's around, and notice the 3 of you standing on the front porch of this area. And there's just going to be a volley of arrows down there. Well, Danny, I don't think a 9 hits you.
It does not. But on that note, I'm going to mention that I left Peter inside.
Left the bunny
put
inside.
the rabbit
Left the
away.
bunny inside. I do not want to.
Just as you're running outside, just kind of scoop it out from wherever you had it and just set it on a chair.
Just wait here for a minute. I'll be right back. Probably. Don't get lost.
Yeah. That bird arrow misses. That's a 23 on Kamaxtel.
Ow. What's my damn boy?
For 7.
Ow.
As the bird people, you may question, how are they firing arrows, as I said, if they do not have hands? They have taken their feet and drawn a bow and arrow with their legs while maintaining flight. It looks broken, crooked, and unnatural, but they seem somewhat accurate as an arrow thunks into the front porch at your feet, Danny, and then just thunks into the thigh of Kamaxtel there.
How far away they be?
About 40 feet up.
It has relinquished its rights to life as blackish red flame overtakes its dumbass. Hellish rebuke.
Alright, what save is that? Dex?
Dexterity. DC 15.
15.
So
What'd you say it
that's
was?
15.
Oh.
So then that means that it passes, I think, yeah. So that's 8 fire damage.
As in the sky lights up a bit more for a moment as a darkish red overtakes this, and you just hear.
You could have done this all this time. Why were you so cold?
It's not the same.
And an arrow would have hit Plumrose, but there is a spell known as Shield. As a wand is flicked up, and a little magical bubble just generates around her as an arrow just tinks off of it. As those birds, those 3 sort of in a triangle formation, putting away their bow and pulling out a spear, flying towards the ground and landing. That one that got lit on fire does not look happy with you, Kamaxtel, but I mean, you think it's intelligent enough to know that it shot you and you want revenge? No. As they are on one leg holding a spear with the other. and have now landed about 10 feet in front of the three of you. In the background, in the blackness of the sky a bit higher up, you can see a much larger avian creature. As there is a, a scream, roar. It's almost sounds like a dinosaur going off through the sky, letting off a loud noises. In the edge of, dark vision there, for those with 60. Do you have further than 60 yet at the moment, Thaddeus?
That's the first level thing.
Yeah, what
yes.
is your what is your dark vision?
300.
Yeah, I gotta remember you have the ridiculous dark vision from the class.
Yeah.
You can clearly make out this is some sort of large avian abomination with 4 wings, 4 sets of claws, and a mangy black feathery body with a sort of like turkey neck thing going on. It's got the little I'm going blank on the name of it now. I forgot. Little red guy, the red bit hanging down.
Gizzard? That's not it.
Yeah. No. Anyways, you know what I mean, though. It's got the red bit. It's got the red bit hanging down, and you're questioning if you're seeing this right, but it looks like it has teeth inside of its beak. Waddle. There we go. Danny. That thing is at the edge of its belly is at the edge of 60 feet along with its face. You got 3 birdmen in front of you that have gone spears out. What would you like to do?
Is that thing on the ground?
The 3 birdmen on the ground. That thing is flying at 60 feet up.
How far in front of me are the people?
Birdmen.
Bird things.
10 feet.
10 feet.
10 feet.
And are they the only ones that are on the ground?
These 3.
20 feet.
These 3. Yes.
Great. I'm gonna cast Entangle and require you to make a strength save for all of them.
All right. Okay, those 2 definitely fail, and 1 is a 17.
That one would pass.
Funnily enough, that's the one that got burnt.
Great. The 2 that failed are restrained. And the one that passed has to go the rest of the distance, which, if you centered on it, is 10 feet to us.
All right.
With difficult terrain, sorry.
As you whip out the entangled spell, and roots and vines sit there and grow out of the ground, shooting out to just wrap up around the legs and wings and tangle these things up. 2 of them get caught and tangled up, as one of them, sitting there and hopping on one leg, sits there and kind of like almost spear pokes and pogos for a second, flapping up a bit higher, just barely managing to miss the grasping vines from below. Bonus actions, movement.
No bonus action, no movement. I am done. I've done my job. I've stopped them from moving.
Yeah, come Axel.
3 targets in front of us. One of which is the one that's been injured. Does its state say bloodied, or is it still good to go? Just to take the measure of these creatures.
Hurt, not bloodied.
Okay. They're all basically within 10 feet, right?
Yeah, they're in a line. 2 of them are restrained.
Just focus on the one I've already hit. Go along the belt, unfurl the chain whip I got. Take a hand along it, you'll see little red electricity begin to go through it. As I bonus action cast Electrify. And then I make my attack.
Getting those spells out of the Bidu Bapu. Fun book. Known as Steinhardt's.
19 on the die, I think I'm good.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, it now has to make 2 separate con saves. One for the poison, one for being stunned, and I'll get the damage here in a sec.
They both fail. Because the highest is a 10. The highest is a 10.
Excellent. So it is both stunned and poisoned, and it also takes...
Might just be dead.
It might just be dead. Where's my D? $19 total damage. Assuming I don't need
Yeah,
to...
it's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dead as you... Yeah, because what is it? Electrifies what, a D4?
D12.
Oh, that's right, because that's right. It's a full-on spell. Yeah, it's a first level. It just gives you a D12. Nice. Yeah. It's like that's pretty much one of the smite spells. Yeah.
Zip zap.
As you get your whip out, as you said, put the red electricity on it. It sits there and crackles along that silvery chain as you whip out, and the snake, the head of the snake whip, just straight in this thing's throat. Just crack that sonic boom of the whip being formed. The fangs of the snake just hit this thing right in the throat and just tear it straight out. As there's just a quick gurgling. There's a slight little electrical effect from the blood itself, like gurgling out in such a spray at the same time as it just falls there to the vines immediately.
Action bonus action, no movement required.
Okay. You two think you can deal with these fuckheads? I'm gonna go kill the bird. The big bird. Just kind of shimmy to the side of you, kind of just like, let's say, lifting her dress up, like, just kind of slide on around over to part of the railing here on the front deck, and just goes over it some to avoid the bird people. And sits there as they starts to cast something. Not a spell either you two seem familiar with, but just first appears to be a small bead of fire, like a fireball, and sits there and goes from that red bead, and then it starts to take on the like a dark mauve burgundy tone, getting darker and darker, and then taking on a black outline as it goes from what looks like a fire into a beam, streaks into the sky and hits the large avian beast, and where it hits one of the wings. That wing is just immediately lit ablaze and clipped off at the, as you could say, shoulder joint, sort of. Pretty much as close as the body as the wing would be, as that, where that fire hits just goes clean through it, spreads out and burning into a purple fire, as that one wing falls out of the sky and hits the ground, kicks up just a good amount of dust and debris. Thing's still alive. Don't get eaten. Or do. I can bring you back. Probably. And as she says that, the big bird swoops down and then just grabs her, which for Camaxtal, this went from like the corner of your vision that got lit up by the streak of fire in the sky and the black figure, as it just a massive, what you can see more clearly now, sitting at about 20 feet long, creature just came down, grabbed her, and then proceeded to swoop back off into the sky, getting about another 30 feet up, starting to fly away.
Don't get eaten. I can't bring you back if you do.
As bird people, do they get a save or any such thing at the start of their turn for your spell?
Strength save. They make another strength save.
All right. One of them is a 16 and the other is a 7.
The 16 does pass,
All right.
but his movement is still 0.
It's gonna shoot you with the bow. It's gonna sit there and just.
Oh,
Start
actually, you have to
to-
use its action to make this strength save.
See, these are important things.
That's why I'm going to reread it. Sorry.
Full of entangle there. Do. Yeah. No, in that case, it's not going to free itself. It's just going to shoot you.
It has disadvantage.
Do. That's an 11.
That does not hit.
And the other one is a 15.
That does not hit.
As in their vines, they awkwardly sit there for a moment, and they're not even going to shoot you in this case. They're just going to try and they're just going to throw their spears at you. Yeah. Sit there for a moment, kind of like squirming and trying to get out of the entanglement, and just take the spear and just thrust it forward, throwing it. You're able to say move out of the way of the one, and the other just completely just off to the side there, just thunk into the wall. And there's that kind of moment where, like, there seems to be some kind of intelligence there of, wait, fuck, I just threw that, I don't have that anymore. And kind of the looking down at their clawed feet. And just, Danny.
What did they just throw?
Spears.
Are they like wooden spears?
Wooden with stone tip.
It's good enough. That's good enough. I'm gonna pick one of those up.
Okay.
Embrace your destiny.
It is time.
I refuse.
Run forward and hit it with a stick.
I should. I don't want to.
You would have advantage.
The
I have
shillelagh.
advantage to hit them.
Everything is perfect. Do what you're meant to do.
The bonk is right there for the taking.
I didn't want to run up and hit things with a stick. It's one thing I wanted to avoid. I can't reach them anyway.
They're 10 feet away.
You know what?
Never mind, I can reach them. I thought they were further because difficult terrain.
Even with the difficult terrain, you could reach them.
Is it even difficult for
Yeah.
you?
Think it is? I don't know why it wouldn't be. I just sprouted vines everywhere. They're right
That being
there.
said, yeah.
I might as well just go run forward and hit them with the stick. I'm gonna cast Shillelagh on the wooden part of the stick so I can just get a little bone.
I mean, really, what else would you be doing?
Hmm?
I mean, really.
I could throw it at them or cast, any spell that uses dexterity saves because they have disadvantage on those too.
Or just guiding bolt.
Or just guiding bolt. There's so many things I could do.
But bonk.
But bonk.
You know what? I'm not doing that anymore. I decided not to. Fairy Fire. Need to make a deck safe.
Does your entanglement go away?
No, it's not concentration. It's
It is concentration.
Is it concentration?
Yeah, I was just pulling it up. Double check. It is.
Entangled is concentration. Fairy Fire is concentration. I cannot use Fairy Fire. I don't want to go hit things with sticks, but I do that all the time. That's all they have to do, so I got to go hit things with the stick. Left advantage is just a normal D20 roll.
You
I
have
think.
2 D20s. Take the higher. Shillelagh uses wisdom if you're using Shillelagh.
Shillelagh uses wisdom. I'm using Shillelagh. Does a 18 hit.
Yes.
Great.
Spear is a D6 or D8 if you're two-handing.
But
D8
Shillelagh.
because of Shillelagh.
Oh yeah, that's right, Shillelagh.
So that's 10 total damage.
As you go over the wall, take this thing spear that it just threw at you and missed. Sit there for a moment and say, weave your druidic magic through it. The power of Shillelagh.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
I'm adding a D6 to the frost.
How are you adding a D6?
My feet, Frost Strike, which can be declared after being hit. Just add a D6 to.
The giant one.
Yeah.
I thought you took the
That's
blood
a.
sorcerer.
No, I didn't take that either.
I thought you took the blood
Mine.
magic one.
And that's a background feat.
Ah,
The giant one is a background feat. Which is
that's
weird,
right.
but it's not.
Yeah, Dragonlance stuff or whatever it is from. All right, add the extra D6.
10, that's 11 damage.
All right, 11 damage. As you're using the wooden part of this, not even the spear, right?
Right?
You're basically grabbing a spear backwards and just sit there, shillelagh this thing up, and imbue it with druidic magic, and just smack this thing in the side of the head with a good crack, just drawing some blood out of the side of the head.
Breathing over the wound. He'll be fine, right?
Come Axel. I'll bring it to you then.
Can you make the con save as well?
Sure. I don't know what for, but it's 14.
Cool, it fails. It does nothing.
Is it from the frost strike?
Yeah, from the Frost Strike, it does nothing. Because he's already restrained.
Okay, part 1. Whip the thing he
Uh-huh.
just hit with the stick. 19 out of
All right.
Again.
Uh-huh. Any spells or anything? Or just whip?
Whip. Whip damage. 7 plus 4, 11. Total. Poison and slashing.
Don't gotta roll shit. As you sit there and crack the whip again, that you just pretty much just crack it in the neck again. He just bonked it in the head. It's wide open. Just crack of the whip, broken neck there. This thing doesn't even fully hit the ground. It's still entangled, so it just kind of slumps over at the legs, being held up by the vines.
Part 2. Healing light my arrow wound.
Healing light your arrow wound. The warlock feature.
Yep, bonus action.
All right. Well, your health up.
Excellent.
Yes. And I doubt you're moving, right?
I'm fine here. And most
Yeah.
of his magic's tinted red.
Fair enough. Speaking of tinted red, you have that purplish red plum color of fire just ignite across this creature's entire backside, just lighting up the sky there. As you can see her casting something from inside of its mouth. The fire just engulfing its back for a moment. It sits there and squawks and flails and screams and hits the ground. And just kind of landing there with her, just kind of see her struggling to sit there and like open up its mouth for a moment, like poking it with a stick for a moment, and just kind of prying it open a little bit to crawl out. Thing's just on fire there on the ground now. The last bird. That's a 5 on the die. That's not hitting Thaddeus. His AC is higher than 15. As the bird tries to sit there and somehow manages to get out its bow while entangled here and fire a shot. I say fire a shot loosely, it just like pulls it back and it immediately just thunks into like the stairs like 2 feet in front of it. As it's sitting there flocking and squirming and trying to fight. Danny. Last bird.
Last bird is right here. I'm trying to knock the thing out.
You're going for non-lethal?
I'm going for non-lethal.
Are you? Would you like to say anything to everyone else to know?
Shh. Let him damage it.
I have no reason to, so I'm just going to hit it with the stick and hopefully knock it out before they try to kill him.
Roll stick damage.
Roll. That does not hit. Advantage because he's still restrained. That would hit.
What'd you roll?
Sorry. 15 plus 6, so 21.
Yeah, that'll hit. Yeah, these things ACs, their AC is okay. It's not above 20.
Could have been above 20.
But it's not.
Because I'm here and I'm stabbing it anyway. Just give it another frost strike.
What, do you get proficiency of those or wisdom
I
or
get-
whatever?
Proficiency of those.
Fuck.
Okay, yeah. Smack.
I'm gonna need to make a con save. Doesn't matter. Don't make that con save.
But it's a natural 20.
It didn't matter. He's restrained. All it does is reduce his movement to 0.
Yes.
He's already restrained.
What's your damage?
Math. It's math. 14.
14. As you just start beating this thing in the just start smacking this thing's in the ribs and chest across of it, just swinging furiously. Bits of ice starting to crust off where you hit. Maxtel.
Another
how you-
19 on
how
the
would you-
die to finish
how would
it
you
off
like
with
to-
the whip.
Yes, how would you like to finish how would you like to end this little combat here?
Another 19 on the die to finish it off with the whip.
But how would you like to do it flavor-wise?
Listen, man, I have a scary chain whip thing. It's already ripped throats.
Alright. Another ripped throat. Smack it across the head there. Pretty sure it just cut across an artery as the thing sits there and just bleeds out for a moment, just kind of squawking and flapping its arms vigorously and then much more slowly, and kind of just a bit of a sputtering, bloody mess from where airflow and blood are meeting out of its throat as it slowly stops moving.
And then I finished healing my arrow wound.
As initiative over there, Plumrose standing about 30 feet away. Okay, you guys are alive. Those things are dead. Good. Ow. Cast a spell and just starts holding a hand to herself. Starts healing up. Every few seconds, another heal. Either of you too hurt?
No?
I'm okay now. Assuming you're still running healing as
Are you okay?
health instead of stamina.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a mixture of health and stamina, but yours was a clear, visible wound from an arrow, so health. As she sits there and notably, her clothing undamaged. There are some. You can see some blood marks as she sits there and prestidigitates the blood and saliva of this creature and herself off. Sorry about that. These things come down from the mountains sometimes. Strange curses up there that corrupt the creatures sometimes, and you get these lovely beasts.
What are they? They look like birds, but they're also... That one definitely was not a bird.
Weird mutations can happen upon the creatures up there. Sometimes animals get human features, and sometimes humans get animal features. Other times, things just turn into abominations, pointing at the giant 20-foot-long, four-legged crow that is on fire, still burning. As she stops for a moment and waves her wand and the fire goes out. That thing smells awful. Well, what were we saying before?
Yeah, job for us. Something to pay off our stay for the night.
Yes, that. We'll put you to work tomorrow. Is there anything you'd like for supper? It's a bit late, but... You did just fight some things. The least I could do is offer a bit of sustenance. But if you don't care for food, I can give you a good berry at least to fill you up. A good berry if you don't know, I didn't get your name yet, sir.
Where are they
Pointing
located?
towards Camaxel.
Kim Axtell. I apologize. I thought that you had a correspondence with her, and she informed you of my name.
No. That's why I gotta have some words with her later. But... Names, please.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I just said mine, didn't I?
Yes, going to the other.
Okay.
There's another person, though. Stay swapping over to Danny. Mr. Dancing Light.
I most people just call me Danny. So do with that what you will. Just call me Danny.
That sounds about right for the naming up there. As she sits there and kind of like cracks her back a second after that. Does one of those like back and forth stretches as you just hear lots of cricks, cracks, and pops.
Also,
All right.
we don't have our same naming conventions.
Anyways, there, young man. You know what a good berry is? Would you prefer food or one of those?
I believe I was given one of those yesterday, and it's okay, but what's on the menu?
Got a pork roast, Ed. I don't know if you eat meat there, pointing to Danny.
I eat meat. That's perfectly fine with me.
Alright,
What is meat but just another part of nature? As
exactly.
long as you don't eat Peter, which I need to go check.
Pork roast, mixed vegetables. As they going inside, or back inside, Danny, or say, Peter's still there. Is it Peter? Is it Pete or Peter?
Peter.
Peter's still there, just chilling. That guy that guy that seemed blackout drunk woke up and is just kind of like laying, I say not laying, but like sitting on the ground, leaning against a chair, and just feeding Peter little bits of cabbage.
So I take it the small fuzzy thing is a companion and not emergency rations.
I would rather you not eat him.
Rather means it's still on the table.
Worst case scenario, I can just give you a good berry. Do not eat Peter.
But it's not really a rather at all.
As you guys are discussing this, a gust of wind comes by as some plates are set out that seem to just be floating through the air, set out across the table there, including for the guy that was passed out earlier, and a plate for Peter as well. It's just a smaller little plate. And as one of the tree people come along and set down what looks like a good pork loin, and sit there and cooked up upon mixed vegetables and starts cutting it up and sets a few slices on each of your plate. Sets around, gets the vegetables nice and set up, puts a little garnish on it. It smells heavily seasoned with a mixture of things that you're not quite sure what they are. It's strong, I say it's pretty strong, it's a bit sweet. There's a bit of a pepperiness in there. Maxwell, this is actually a bit closer to something that you're used to having. Just of a more lavished meal with a lot of spices, except the spices are just not ones you're accustomed to. And a little tray of some cut carrots and mixed green vegetables set there for Danny.
Danny or Peter?
Sorry, Peter. Sorry,
Okay.
yeah, Peter. As Danny, you have, as I said, the meat mixture of meat and vegetables sit there and put before you from the wood people.
was gonna say that I actually would spend my time just hand feeding Peter if I could. But if he has his own plate, that's also perfectly fine.
All right. Okay, so whenever you're ready to turn in for the night, they will take you to your room. Just ask one of my servants here, gesturing to any of the wood people. Please do not damage or steal anything. We'll have problems then. I'm gonna go dissect that thing outside for alchemical ingredients and anything useful. As a couple of the wood people there are getting what you could equate to as bone saws. As she's just kind of sitting there on the ground, putting together a little kit of different things, gathering multiple different vials, pulling out a notebook, gathering it all up together, and having multiple of the servants carry it. If you need me, I'll be outside. If I'm back inside after whatever goes on and need me throughout the night, just cast one of the servants, they'll come get me.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Take advantage of it while you can. Normally this stuff would cost a good coin. Thank the wizard if you see him. And with that, she'll be heading out with a group of the servants. Which, unless you two wish to have any dialogue, we'll cut over to the other group as you guys get to have a long rest in nice, comfortable beds. These ones aren't fully, they're not fully made out of plants this time. These are, just very nice, cushy beds. Like, this would be a pretty expensive inn most of the time, from what you can tell.
I don't know.
Actually, I was gonna say neither of you actually have too much experience with that, but Camaxtal, this is a decently luxurious place.
It meets okay
Sorry, you're
standards. I was gonna say, I think I'd be worried if a bed wasn't pretty much entirely made out of plants. Looking at our modern beds, which are what, polyester covering over cotton batting and metal trim on the inside, technically. If not some kind of foam. It's a meat bed. It's got bone.
Mattress bone.
Something like that other guy there. He is, you can tell he's, he's a bit crossfaded. He's been drinking and he's been puffing some. You can pick up that smell. You're used to that from your tribe. And he's just there, just kind of like looking at the two of you out of it, just slowly eating. Just, okay. Can I pet the rabbit?
I mean, if he wants to be pet, he is his own person. Would you mind if he pets you, Peter?
Peter just twitches an ear, sitting there, chewing on a leafy green of some kind.
Sounds to me like he has no complaints.
The guy reaches out to pet Peter, and then just falls back out of his chair again, back into sleep on the floor.
I look over at Danny for any signs that they may be slightly rabbit kin. I'm assuming I find nothing.
Not yet.
Fine. Nothing. Are you okay?
There is a soft snoring, unless you were asking Kamaxel.
No, I was asking Mr. Orky Boy. Just tired, I see.
As one of the tree servants comes over and kind of just gently picks him up and just carries him upstairs. Another one sits there and kind of, fixes the chair, cleans up his plate, and takes it away.
I'm going to assume that's a common occurrence.
Hopefully
The
we
tree-
don't have to know.
The tree gives you a nod.
I mean, who knows how long we're going to be up here for?
Food tastes delicious. Doesn't taste poisoned. Doesn't seem poisoned. As the two of you get to have your hearty meal and whatever you'd like to discuss, or just sit there and kind of eat quietly and awkwardly, just feeding a rabbit. Swap over to the other group. Medina, Matt.
I'm here.
Alright.
He's a little busy with something.
What?
Sound like he was a little busy with something.
I think we were
Maintaining.
out of breath because we were just racing.
Oh,
Unless you're
sounds
saying
like
you're busy
the
out.
sound you just made.
Oh, that was just me making noises.
Reawakening the brain juices.
I've been
As- yeah.
enjoying it, slightly horrified at the description of birds with teeth. Sorry.
As the two of you had last picked off, you two were having a neck and neck race getting to this village that you could just smell something good cooking from. And as you guys start to come in, there is a woman taking off clothes from a clothesline, putting them in a hamper, and just looking at the two of you with a bit of raised eyebrow.
I think it's safe to say I'm wheezing at this point.
You boys all right?
And I raise a finger. I just like lean over and put hands on knees.
I'm still running.
Oh
He's
shit!
sharp.
I thought we were at the village. Fuck! He's like, fuck you! I start running again. We're struggling at this point. I feel like.
Sorry, man. Snowed food.
What was that?
Sorry, ma'am. Snowed food.
Sorry, man, snowed food. Well,
I am attempting to run after.
long as there's nothing coming from the woods there chasing you.
Nope, we killed it.
Oh, good for you. Is there you boys can stop running now.
Like digs foot into the dirt and tries not to fall over.
I flop on the ground next to him. Everything hurts. So much.
Gives him a big old pat on the back and picks him up. There you go.
Is there any reason you're coming by here? I don't mean to be rude.
I was just heading in the direction, and then we fought a
Warg.
very electrified warg back down the woods.
Oh yes, those things be eating the goblins that ride them and come around.
Well, we took care of that one, and then was really good cooking.
Yes, we're having a bit of a family get-togethering tonight. Everyone's bringing something. I don't think anyone would mind a couple extra boys coming from out of town, sitting around to make merry.
Thank you for the offer.
You, is your friend there okay?
Is out of breath? Pat on the back again. We had a
Something.
bit of a wager. We could get to the village first.
About here at the same time. Well, just keep heading down the road there and take a left. You'll be able to follow your noses. They're getting things set up.
Thank you.
As this looks like it's mostly just a rural mountain town, mostly subsistent off local agriculture. Just a nice little self-sufficient place. It's got a one of the streams from before coming down from the mountain. Looks like it goes down and runs through here. So they've got a small little bridge dividing the town. It's looks like it's only about like an ankle deep at this point. It's got a little bit of a canal there for flood waters for rain and such. Following your nose, carrying your new compatriot there, you're met with a few guys around a crackling fire, a couple drinks. There's looks like the wives over there around a big cauldron pot, stirring, laughing away, and some children running around. Hail, stranger! One of the men raises an arm, gives you a wave.
Hello there.
Well met. Yeah, don't get many travelers up here. Is he okay?
Yeah, just a little winded. Another pat on the back.
I think you hear like three things crack at this point as he tries to like stretch something out.
Huh. Well, you've come by at a good time. You're welcome to stay and help yourself here.
Thank you. Anything I can do to help?
Could chop some firewood later if you want to put some manual effort in. Tell a few stories of where you're from and what's been going on.
Yes. I have some stories
You
I can
like-
tell.
You look like one of those Stormmound men from further west.
I would be.
I'm sure you have some fine tales then. Not so sure about your friend here. I'm, no offense, but never seen one of your kind.
Make sure to find stories.
It's dark.
What did you say, Matt? Aside from just exhaling?
Sorry, it was like supposed to be an exhale of "it's dark" when he says, "I'm not sure where you're from."
I just picture like one of those squeaky toys that's missing the squeaker and it just kind of just slowly has the wind leave it.
Yeah, I pictured that. I pictured Medina picking him up wrong. So, like, you know how you're supposed to be like waist folding over the shoulders, toss over? It just threw the over the way, and it's just like folding backwards over Medina slowly. Sorry, over Val slowly.
Flung him over by the tail.
Just like not doing good.
As a couple minutes go by, stew gets passed around. You get some ale. You can tell us, recount any stories you'd like with these few farmers.
Let's go into some more small fights and yeah, me and my brothers have done some battles in there at this point. Going over there and then the kids around, teach them the shenanigans me and my brothers got into when we were young like them.
Heard many stories of your people, your people over there, but honestly, I'm more interested in this fellow here. As Saltmire, wherever you're sitting, a bowl is set in front of you. There's a nice hearty soup poured out.
Fair. Quick question. What time of day is it?
You guys were getting here as that, like, you had that, like, red setting sun in the background. Now you're just right at the crack of dusk, and they've got some fire. Let's say they've got several torches around lighting the place.
I think he's very distracted, staring off at the sunset.
Yeah, as at this point, you guys are in a little mountain village. As you can see, decently off in the land of just rolling hills, trees for rolling hill and trees for miles, bits of like squared off farmland places. Say along the river, you can see a house here and there of people just living, and just set in that dim, fading red. It's something you've probably missed for a long time.
Yeah, I think so. And then he'll just stop and say, sorry, I got carried away here a little bit. What was that?
I was just asking if you had any stories, or could tell us about yourself or your people some.
Yeah,
heard
I think we
plenty
could, so.
I've heard plenty of stories about the bravery of his people and their battles. They're pretty well known around here, and
Oh,
You, on the
terrible
other
thing to ask
hand-
for stories of bravery from me.
it
Bad
doesn't
choice.
have to be a
Not a
bravery,
great
but
choice. Most of my stories end with me running away from stuff.
I mean, if they're funny, they're funny.
Sometimes.
You gonna say,
I think he'll give him a description of some of the more just because he has a long list of stories, and this feels like this is like a kind of across the night thing.
yeah, it's just throughout the talking and drinking throughout the night.
He'd probably give some of his more like lighthearted stories about the stunts he pulled, like running from an entire guard that he tried to see if the old stories like he could one up like the classic his dad did with like feathering people and like some kind of like light glue, not tar, because that's
Painful.
really horrible on a person. But like basically like grease and glue somebody, a bunch of guards, and running from them as they streak feathers, or just pouring salt in people's drinks when they weren't paying attention, or just other little pedantic things he did along the way. Nothing really extravagant.
As you go through the night, and is there anything you wish to ask these people? Or
Yeah, at one point I want to talk to him. I was like, hey, quick question. Grab one of them. What would it take for me to get like maybe a bow and some arrows, even if it's like just a simple little short bow, something to maybe defend myself as we continue our travels? I may have broken most of mine through several unfortunate falls.
a bit of talking goes and about and back and forth. And before it comes to a consensus of one of the people was like, I've got an old bow, it's not the best, but give it to you for a couple gold pieces.
Look around, pat around, see if I still have any of my gold left over.
You have some gold you have like a bag of gold. Somehow the gold is bent.
I
Like
hold up
each
a bit piece.
Like each coin in the bag is bent, but it's not a way of like, oh, you just landed on it. They're somehow like each bent and indented in different ways. That should be not really possible.
Hold on, figure. Hold on a sec. I go over to find wherever Val's at telling his story, and I'm gonna hand him a bunch of coins. Like, can you straighten this?
Just hold it between two thumbs and just.
Sit there and sit there in a minute and just kind of like strengthen it. It's genuine gold, so you're able to move it after is a bit of effort there. So you sit there and kind of work it back into place. It's not perfect, but like it's mostly straight now.
I get like two flat rocks and just keep smashing it. Just... There you go.
I'll get enough. A couple of gold coins straight into trade with that guy for his bow and maybe some arrows.
Yeah. So you can get as you can have a short bow now.
Yep. I feel much better having one, even if it is just kind of iffy.
It's old and seen a good use of wear.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting, not gonna lie. But it's something. It's more than he had a few moments ago.
Yeah. You guys are offered. So you guys are offered a. It's not much, but a place in one of the barns. Just hay to sleep on.
Hey, it's something.
Reminds me of the other night.
Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely not as fucked up as then though. This was a lot weaker beer than what you had.
Oh, I should have brought some.
But you two are able to bed down, have a long rest, have a sleep there.
Alright. I'll take a nice soft bed.
Yeah. It's the soft as hay can be. It's nice also for you to just lay down and let your body rest. As your bird makes itself actually pretty useful and is going around and just getting any bugs. Little bits around.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that little fucker.
Yeah, he's been with us all day. Oh, this is heavenly. He's just like melting.
It's one of those things where the tiredness kind of hits you and almost go to sleep like right away. Like your joints where you took all the damages, everything, your muscles can finally relax and just give in to the rest.
He's just, trying to slowly slouch into it.
How early you guys normally wake up for character-wise?
Salt's a fairly early riser.
Since we be working some days, it'd be early mornings to around noonish.
So, you'd probably wake up first. As you regain consciousness and have the like, oh, things still kind of hurt. Definitely better than yesterday, though. When you do wake up, though, the bird is just like face to face with you. And
I
stops
think
for a
it's like a
minute.
moment of like violent movement back, scrambling backwards before he stops because that hurts. Before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
As,
yeah. Like that was the thing.
As you have a bit of You have a bit of light in here as it's the crack of dawn, and the main door is open. And one of the farmers there just, sorry if I woke you. Sitting there and getting some feed for the animals.
He's gonna start to stretch some. No, you're good, you're good. I was
And
getting up and
as you're saying that, the bird kind of just hops up you a little bit, like onto your chest, just standing there for a moment, looking you dead in the eye, as a look you know of, oh, this is some kind of mischief.
I know why your owner left you now.
And then it pecks you in the eye.
Fuck!
And with it pecking you in the eye, you have that moment of, and then you have another moment of, why do I see myself? As you're now looking from the perspective of the bird looking at yourself. As the bird hops off of you and starts walking around, you just see the perspective of the bird low to the ground, hopping around.
Oh god,
As
where
it
you go?
goes-
No, I need to see me, I need to see me, I need to see me, I need to... I'm like starting to feel around.
As it goes and gets a couple insects and eats them, and then it kind of just hops back over to you, and then looks at you while you're kind of like moving your arms around, and then hops back on your chest and pokes you in the eye again as your eyesight returns back to normal, and then it flies up to the rafters.
This is awful. Okay, morning routine. Get some semblance. Normalcy. And he's going to get up and find somewhere like a little bit behind the barn, maybe out of sight of it. And I guess pull out some of his stuff and try to like go through some of like his practice motions to see how bad it was.
There's a few things there, and it's bad. You feel absolutely fucked up. Things are not right. Your muscle memory feels like it's gone. Things aren't clicking. It feels like your just actual flexibility is limited.
It's like
your
that
body
moment he goes to, like make a move he normally would, like he can feel like ligaments stretching and like not in a good way.
Yeah, you have that moment of no, can't do that. And as you're sitting there, kind of as you're wincing from one of those, you're met with something that you have not seen in decades. A sunrise.
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
As you were doing your little exercises behind the mountain in that early morning darkness, or say behind the shed in the early morning darkness, and that first crack of light sets upon your skin, that immediate just bit of warmth on your scales.
I'm just gonna sit and enjoy the heat a little bit. Let it like soothe those sore muscles and stuff.
You have a sun rising from the mountains to the east and the trees. You have a moment of sitting there soaking up the sun. Things are very peaceful. You hear bits of birds chirping around. You can see a bit of wildlife moving off in the trees. The warmth itself, you could definitely just go back to sleep laying here. Sitting, leaning, however you are taking in the warmth.
I don't think he'll let himself go back to sleep. I don't think I'll let himself go back to sleep, but definitely want to just, well, for like a better term, sunbathe for that moment, like just bask in it.
As the sun's coming up there, you have Val. As you start to wake up, your buddy's not there. His bird's in the rafters, kind of doing a little jig. Medina.
Oh shit! What's up?
Say as Val's waking up, your buddy isn't there, but the bird is up in the rafters doing a little jig.
What kind of jig is it doing?
It's just dancing.
I was ready for you to say the trust.
Like a bird dance, or like something you don't see a bird do?
Something you don't see a bird do normally, and then once you look at it, it stops.
You keep doing your little buddy. Yeah. Start the morning, start the day. It's
So you go
walks
out. If you go outside, it's a bit of a brisk morning, cool in the wind, but nice in the sun.
Something I'm used.
It's you walk outside and start to stretch. You can see your friend over there, just basking in the sun.
I see you're up early.
Yeah. Usually am. He's just still staring off. Not directly at it, but definitely enough to keep it all within eyesight.
You feeling all right? Little all the other day.
Honestly, no.
I didn't need to get you looked at. A doctor or healer of some sorts.
Yeah, that might be a good idea at some point. But I just kind of want to sit here and watch this for a few minutes, I think.
Alright, you do that. I'm gonna go get cut on some of this wood.
As they have a pretty clear setup for that. You can able to, just take some logs out of the pile and start chopping and add it to the pile that's set aside to dry.
I shall do that.
It's a good morning workout. Say, get to build up a nice sweat as you're working along a couple hours in. One of the men come by and bring you some of the leftover soup. With a bit of bread in it. Mighty fine work you're doing.
Have to pay you back somehow.
Well, you're working. You get some food.
Thank you.
If you don't mind me asking, you said you guys were traveling through here. Where are you heading? Man in the sky?
That'd be correct, yes. How'd you know?
You ever been to the big city down there?
Can't say that I have. A lot of this is new to me.
Must be pretty exciting then. Aside from being a warrior yourself, this sounds like some pretty important stuff.
Yeah. Me and my brothers have all been sent to different areas. But, yeah. My other 3 brothers were told to go the other directions of the compass. I hope my paths will cross again. We have to head home.
I hope all your brothers make it back safely then for you.
I'm sure they will. But now we've got
And you,
a little bit of trouble here and there.
Well, I'll leave you back to the work here. I gotta get going myself. I just came by to bring you this.
Thank you again.
You're welcome to stay as long as you want, as long as you can be a helping hand.
If I come passing through, I'll keep that in mind.
Is he'll give you a bit of a wave and go back to what I say. Start walking away. Go back to what he was doing.
I'll give him a nod.
When do you guys
Like the
when do you
chop.
guys get out here?
What was it?
How late would you guys like to stay? When would you like to head back out?
At least before the sun starts. Before the sun sets.
I mean, that's a good amount of time, like noonish type deal, or
Are we still just I guess trying to him to get an idea of this? Like, so Val was it you said Val?
That was acceptable.
Cool, good, great. I will work on that whole name thing. That's a whole new language to me still. So, but no, you were talking yesterday about to that guy. You seemed kind of interested in the fact that there were the bandit people nearby.
Oh, yes. Forgot.
Surprised you forgot, considering how you did to that guy. That was the two of them.
Oh, we ran into the boy there, and then dude kind of took over there.
I meant to ask, was that normal?
Ah, no.
Good. Lovely. Okay.
Above game, right? That's not normal, right?
no, that's not normal. They're not normally electric.
Yeah. Gotta make sure.
So is that a thing you're doing, or are we just gonna head towards where the giant mumbo jumbo vumbo voice up in the sky was saying to go?
We could probably take a detour, pay them a visit, and then head over.
Mr.
Yeah,
Scary,
before.
powerful, elderly.
I'm sure if we ask around, they might know of these bandits.
Ooh, sorry, that was me yawning. True. I mean, I can't imagine they're too well headed if they're in the area.
Alright, let me finish up these little bit of wood here, and got some of these nice town folks.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. I'm kind of probably not the best to ask people questions.
But if you at least if you go into town,
Close.
ask for a medic.
Here, do you think there'll be somebody that can fix what's wrong with me here?
They might be able to point us in a direction.
Fair. I kind of lean towards tall, dark, and senile that was up in the sky.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find somebody that can help. Or something. Remedy, potion.
As you go asking around throughout the day, unfortunately, they have some base medical knowledge and more of how to just make some local remedies, but nothing that seems to be able to fix what's ailing him.
Yeah, sorry, my everything broke, and people don't usually specialize in that.
They don't have any casters here for any means of magical healing. And asking about the bandits around, you get a kind of a mixed reception of it's they don't really they know who they are, but they're bandits in the sort that they kind of more so just go around, and they're more scavengers. The group is that deal with the goblins in the area that that occasionally gather up, but then end up usually having a territorial dispute and just killing each other. every few years. They kind of more so just scavenge battlefield areas as a group, more of a group of wandering hunters and scavengers. Like, I wouldn't really classify them as nice people or like I want to associate with them, but
They're not really causing you issues.
yeah. But it's a case of if things came down to it resource rise, they wouldn't trust them. The half elf Jan, the leader of them, is a bit more known, or from the people, and like they recognize the name as he's a bit out there, a bit temperamental. It's kind of hard to read. They've passed through before without causing much trouble. And there's a set of old ruins, let's say a bit to the southeast, that they tend to use as a hideout.
Have they ever attacked any of your folks?
They don't cause trouble with us if we don't cause trouble with them.
Alright. So, just leaving them be would be alright?
I'm sorry, say that first part again.
No, so leaving them be would be alright? Or is this an issue that should be taken care of?
It's up to you. I mean, there's no love lost if they disappear, but
They help keep the goblin population down, seems.
they don't seem to be like evil per se, like some murderous group. They're just surviving in their own way.
Alright, oh, that's good enough for me at least. Oh, leave them be for now, but if they become a nuisance, next time I come back through, hopefully.
They haven't asked for any kind of protection money or any such type deal of that, as some have before.
I should leave them be for now. We end up coming back through and they are more of a nuisance. They'll be sought after.
Guess I'll let them know we're under the Stormmound's protection then. So you guys, gathering your information, say you guys are heading out sometime in the afternoon. Get a few good hours of travel. Thanks.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As a little bit into the afternoon, the sky ripples again in that similar manner that it did when the announcement came the day before. Yes, for a moment, it lets the ripple go across the sky. This time you have a much more, say, calm, clean voice. Let me see. Attention to those notified yesterday. I would like to apologize for my associate's prior rudeness, and also give an actual time and date that we would like you to show up to. Say, to the city of Coral. The end of the month, within that whole last week, there will be a festive gathering at the city of Coral. Information will be freely given any time during that last week. Of course, if any of you arrive early, you're welcome to ask and you will be directed to someone who can help you. I would like to reestablish. For the standard civilian population and any governments, please allow for travel of those bearing the marks, to freely cross borders, and if possible, give them aid in getting here. Thank you for your time and consideration. And then the sky will stop rippling.
Oh yeah, I meant to ask you. You look over him. How you feeling about being that like whole marked for destiny thing, in that whole like weight of responsibility?
It's not sure just yet.
Also, into
Putting up.
last week of the month, that gives you guys about another week to actually like get there. Like to be there at the start of the week.
Huh.
Also, how far? I have a lot of questions that seem really obvious, but please bear with me here. When's the end of the month?
Medina, you guys are about 2 weeks in, so you got about a week to get there.
We got about a week.
Cool, great. Where's Coral? Like, how far is Coral?
I was given a map, was I not?
Yeah.
Pulls out map. We are here. Next.
Okay.
Over here.
Man, that horse would have been nice. You guys currently heading towards. So you guys currently heading towards the border, getting towards say Silfheim and headed south. A very common trade route there would be essentially the fastest way. That isn't just attempting to plow it through the wilderness in a straight line, but it's not usually the fastest way to do that. But yeah, you guys had if you guys are keeping, a pretty good military marching pace, going a bit fast, you guys should make it there in time. You guys probably make it on the second or third day.
Oh, we should be fine.
Okay, good note. Don't want to miss. Voice in the sky. I really would like to go home. And I think that's the best bet. Also, I interrupted my own question earlier, Klingslot here. But what the heck? How's that? What's the mark feel like? What's all that feel like? Heard about it, seen some of them. Most of them scared the shit out of me. What's going on there with you?
Does it really have a feeling? Or just kind of...
No, it's just pretty much like a scar there.
It's like no other, like a scar, a tattoo. I feel no pain from it.
Just kind of there existing.
You took that literally. No, I meant like metaphorically. That is, by default, fate saying you have responsibilities. I was just wondering how you felt about that part.
Yeah. Isn't everybody fated for something? Doesn't have to be saving the world. Or big grand scheme.
No, but in my experience, voices don't pop out of the sky for little events in life. So, interesting times ahead for you, I guess.
Salt internally, you can only imagine how this will inflate your sister's ego.
I know. I know.
I shall see what this fate brings us.
Soft bets, hopefully. I mean, I'm placing my bets for that. God, everything's so green here. I got another area of stuff. I thought it would be warmer. I'm not gonna lie. As I look at him, I thought all of this would be warmer.
Yeah, we'll find some places soon.
Good, good. I want the warmth. Chef's kiss sounds great. Let's do that. Is coral warmer?
From your knowledge, yeah, it's a bit further south. It's a bit nicer.
It's a bit on the warmer side, yes.
Yeah. All right, we're doing great. See, things are trending up a little bit already.
As you two start to hit the road southeast, back to the other group. Thaddeus and Arik. Hello. Oh no.
They have died.
Hello? What? I just got back.
Eric muted. Thadadeus. Sir Daniel. Dancing light.
Never Daniel. Figured I had time, so I went to go with it. But I am here. I guess.
As morning comes to, you guys get a rather comfortable sleep. You are, say, Danny, for a few hours. Plumrose introduces you to that orcish fellow, nicknamed the Meat Man, as he is the town butcher, and also runs a business for smoking meats, along with making sausages and other meat products. You're tasked out with him to just go out to one of the fields and do some of your druid magic to just pretty much help the land a little bit for a while. And go around, help some trees.
Feeling pretty good at just helping trees.
Meanwhile, at a Maxel, sorry, Plumrose takes you down into the basement levels of this establishment, of which looks much more like a wizard's laboratory in places, and sits you down with a poisoner's, with a pretty much a guide for things. All right, have you done this stuff before?
To an extent. It wasn't my specialty.
Well, that's good enough. You'll just be making some cheap stuff for people typically coating their weapons anyways. Alright. So, I shall just sit there, just lay out the chart in front of you. Follow these simple instructions. Servants, let's say the servants will bring you whatever you need. Just start producing. If you have any questions, I'll be over there. Please get one of the servants to alert me first, though. If I'm interrupted mid-experiment, there may be an explosion. And I will be upset if a fireball goes off inappropriately down here.
Very well.
Danny, give me a nature check. Do you actually have a poisoner's kit, Arik?
Nope.
On there? Okay. Just give me a wisdom. Just give me a wisdom check. Have advantage.
Wisdom or nature?
You get nature.
Can I do wisdom instead?
You can do nature with wisdom.
Oh. Okay.
Arik, for you, have just a wisdom check, but at advantage due to your race.
20 total.
20 total. Man, it does feel kind of presumptuous that she just assumed you're Yanti and can do poison stuff, but like, shit, you're actually pretty good at this. Like you just followed the and just looked at the instructions. Yeah, this is pretty easy actually.
22.
22?
22.
Man, no, advantage was for him. Advantage was for Arik.
So, 22.
Yeah. Man, you're having like now that the sun is out, that sweet still hangers, that like slightly sweet smell still lingers in the air. There is still kind of a weird like feeling in the air in the lands here, but like you find some neat critters to talk to, and you find a garden mole. That was causing some problems. And you manage to sit down with the mole and negotiate a place where it and its family can move to safely, without interrupting any crop or making holes that people could trip over. Did you bring? Are you having Peter along with you?
I have Peter with me. As we're talking
Peter's-
to Monkey the Mole.
Peter seems to be enjoying the air, the nice air going around. And a little bit in the afternoon, you guys are met with that same message that I just relayed a second there ago, of the calmer voice apologizing for the previous rudeness of Wolverker, and giving a bit more of once again asking that people aid those branded to those marked to get to Coral, and then the actually giving you a date of like, yeah, you got about 2 weeks essentially to be able to get there for the actual gatherings. And shortly after that message, one of the wooden servants comes to gather you. Well, it's nice meeting you and seeing you, having you talk with the animals and trees and all, Danny, but looks like the missus wants you to head back in.
Apparently. It's nice meeting you, talking to you.
Here. Holds out a piece of jerky for you. Here, jerky. Freshly made.
Thank you.
Sits there and pulls out a handful of it himself. I'll say, Just pulls out a handful of it and starts munching himself. And when that message goes off, Kamaxtel, I'll say you have that moment. Say you get the message. It's nice and clear. In the corner of your eye, you can see just Plumrose over there with a moment, just like a bead of sweat, essentially, with what just looks like a black orb in the sky in front of her. Like a baseball-sized, just black orb there that sits there and kind of like shifts as a little like a little spatial fluctuation around it before stabilizing. It sits there for a moment, and then she clasps her hand and it fizzles out. Calls over one of the servants and tells it to go get Danny. All right. Now, how you doing over there? Oh, that looks like you're actually doing pretty good.
The instructions were clear.
Well, if you ever want a part-time job or full-time job as a potion maker and poisoner, I could always use someone to assist me. Maybe in the future if you need to come back. Or just need some coin.
I'll keep it in mind.
Unfortunately, well, we have a deadline now and need to start moving. I'll go get my carriage. You pack any of your things and get ready to head out. I'll be leaving as soon as Danny gets back.
I go grab my depressingly few amount of things.
Danny, as you start to walk back, there is what looks to be a very fairy godmother-esque pumpkin carriage set aside with a couple rooms in it. Say wheels and a few plant-like horse creatures.
Are they of any particular type of plant?
Looks
Do
like
they act
mostly
like they're alive?
look like tree roots that have been flowered over. As Kamaxel, you get to see Plumrose essentially gather a few carrying cases of what you can make out to be magical scrolls, items, and potions into various bags, quickly, while packing shit. And before Danny can get there, you could pretty much see her have her summon this plant-like thing out from the woods of these wooden horse-like creatures that are flowered about. They have they look like horses just made out of roots and plant matter. Nice flowery manes. Pulling a pumpkin carriage. And the kind of have just reading the situation there of just I don't want to go meet these people. Is she pops open a flask that you can immediately smell the liquor on and takes a few swigs and looks at you, holds the flask out.
Take what is offered, I suppose.
It is like a sickeningly sweet syrup, but that is probably some of the strongest alcohol you've also ever had. and a bit of a whiplash between the sweet and just burn.
In the back.
Like, yeah. As Danny, you're arriving, you see the flask get passed. You see the flask get passed over, and just, come on, hurry up. It's gonna take a few days.
I have some questions. I'm just going to hurry over to her side. What's going on over there?
It's my carriage. It's gonna take us there. Get in.
The carriage part isn't what I was questioning. It was the horses part that I was questioning.
Yeah. Animated plant matter with nature spirits.
Oh, they're nature spirits. They're not just overgrown roots.
No.
I didn't think we'd be getting anywhere if they were rooted in place, after all.
As she gets in, it's gets in, takes her seat and just kind of like stretches out and just lays down and pulls out, uses her hat as a pillow, which there's already a few very lavished pillows in here. If you can see, it looks to be very nice leather, very nice leather seating. It's got a nice cushion to it. Well, come on. It's gonna be a few days. That man that spoke calmly is probably more dangerous than Bolverker if he wishes to be. And he's asking nicely, so let's go before people start making demands.
Can he also throw meteors?
Yes. Probably do more. As the two of you get in, this is really nice and cozy. As she's just she's laying there, takes another sip out of it, just kind of sets it on, takes a big swig out of it this time, corks it back and sets it on the floor. That young man there was named Elon Grand. I'd remember that name if you have any wizarding business or magical business for the city. He's not the head wizard, but that quite frankly, that boy is a freak of nature in how fast he grew. Magical genius. That being said, he's the lady of the city's lapdog. I wouldn't go for any royal assassinations or get too flirty or anything. You may get he normally uses lightning magic from my memory. You might just get struck with lightning out of existence or banished to another plane. Could probably literally throw you to the hills if you wanted to. I'll say, you guys are welcome to have any of my flask if you want. This is she holds it up and it makes swishy noise. Magical, not connect. No, there's more in here than there is this. I'm gonna take a nap. Don't fuck with anything. As the carriage has been moving for a while now. Well, have fun the next couple days. And kind of just start to drink a little bit and start to slur a little more and go to sleep.
As they're out looking over at Danny, I feel more and more as though the people being drawn there are being used as a resource rather than a solution.
Resource for what?
Exactly.
Are you powering something? Are you being thrown to the wolves?
As I lay drowning, spirit thingy came and said that things were happening and I was supposed to have a role, guiding it in one direction or the other. Them collecting everyone who's supposed to have this role, they might be swaying it toward their own ends. Though at this time I do not see an alternative path. Simply musing. Be comfortable.
As you guys ride... I'm sorry, go ahead, Thaddeus.
I said it's going to be a couple days before we get to. I thought we were just going to jump through another tree.
Now we going by wheel for some reason.
This is a very
Also,
nice ride. Very nice ride, though. Comfortable. The air in here, something to note, the air in there seems to be like it was in the building. The temperature seems regulated to just like a nice room temperature.
Axel is less sleepy now.
Unless you want more of that alcohol, that'll make you real sleepy.
Immune to poison condition.
About that. You noticed this alcohol.
Still not playing with it.
And at one point, back to the other group now. Swish swash.
They're taking a bath.
Ew.
As the two of you have
Should I-
started two of you traveling on the road for a few hours now. Say getting towards the afternoon is been on the main road for a little while now. Traveling's a bit easier. At
Awesome.
one point you hear what sounds, like you hear wheels coming down the road a little bit, and the sound of hooves, but something seems a bit off. And looking behind you, that is a giant pumpkin with plant horses.
Alright, I'm gonna need you to tell me if you put anything in that water skin you just gave me. If you did, fucking kudos. But I'm gonna need that answer real quick.
No, I'm sure that too.
Well, if we both drank from the water skin, we could both be seeing the same thing.
As the carriage rolls up and starts to come to a stop, inside you two can feel the carriage come to a stop as a little pumpkin vine cracks down from inside, going inside of it, and sits there and kind of wraps around Plum Rose's shoulder and shakes her a little bit. Eyes crack back open a second. Kind of sits up, crumps her hat a little bit. I didn't just sleep for 3 days, did I? And little Roots kind of nods back and forth no, or shakes its head equivocally, back and forth no. Why we stop it? And it makes a little like gesture to outside, and she just kind of, okay. As you two that have the carriage kind of like pulled up right next to you and just stopped.
Did you do this?
No, as he's munching on a scroll.
Cool. Is this normal?
No.
Okay, so I'm having the appropriate reaction right now when I'm currently going, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, so not a group hallucination, and this is weird as hell. Good, we're on the same page. I don't know the general area customs. I'm a little out of place if you haven't been able to tell from the questions. What do you do when approached by
As you're saying that, the door cracks open. As from the inside, the little vine opens the door, and Plumrose kind of leans her head out. And as you guys see the pumpkin door open, there's also a little rabbit leaning its head out the front, a little front window. You're met with two people on one side of it, and then a woman sitting across from them is. And that looks like an elven woman, pale. Let's actually hold on. I need both of you to make a wisdom save.
Hey, fuck. I should probably hide the squirrel on a stick.
you fuck? Why the fuck would you do this to us? This is so rude. You gave me a wisdom save.
Shit. Hit 20.
It's okay. You're not playing Aussie. You don't have like a plus 15 to wisdom. You can do this.
It doesn't matter. He has a predisposition to failing charm rolls.
Oh wait,
No,
because I'm standing next to him, I get to do the thing now, right?
What thing?
Fucking thing. I'm terrified now. Oh.
What thing?
Doesn't he have a thing?
If I have a nat 1, if you have a 1 or a 2.
Oh. Never mind.
What do you have?
Yeah, 20.
I'm it for Matt. I got yours.
21.
21. All right. As when the door opens, you're met with a very sweet fragrance. As as brain function Val. As Val, you're met with it smells like candied plums. Someone that actually could recognize this. And a woman with faintly dim purple glowing eyes there. I don't know if you two actually were listening while the description was given.
I was.
Yeah. As the other two though, as the four of you are now meeting for the first time, can, re-describe yourself for each other.
Who would like to go first?
Arik,
Hello.
please describe yourself for the other two people that you're just meeting.
So long as they describe back.
I could do that. This is an acceptable bargain.
Kamak still lightly tan, black hair, black scales, kind of random and interspersed across them. Eyes that are like orangey reddish, slitted. At the current, wearing the biggest coat. Seems slightly serpenty.
All right, Matt.
Alright, so following this rule of the reptilian theme we have going here, standing there with a really, really bad slumping posture that if he stood up would probably be a lot taller. I think slumping, he's a little over 6 foot. this very tall, long, and lanky crocodilian individual with very black scales that have like little hints of yellow at the edges of them running up and about in a very what probably at once was a rather fancy outfit with multiple collars. It is now definitely shredded and busted up a lot. Walking with the equivalent face of somebody who has like 3 thorns in each foot but can't really do anything about it.
Medina.
Standing at 6'6", weighing roughly 290, muscular build. We have Veltiof. He has silver and black hair, blue eye, one green eye, tan skinned, chainmail, and he has a great sword attached to his back. Chainmail is more of a chain shirt with leather on it. Pretty handsome, I say, I guess.
Thaddeus.
So it seems I'm the shortest of the bunch, standing at a simple 5'10". He has relatively pale skin, dark hair, blue eyes. Nothing too particular sticking out. He's a dog standard humanoid, human-looking person. Wearing leather armor and sitting back. Just watching the bunny that's off somewhere.
As Val, you don't recognize this woman, but it appears your father's words have seemed to come true already. At least for finding the second lizard man, scaly folk. Is before essays, you guys had that brief sets of introductions. Slightly slurred. Hi, Plumrose, Witch of the Borders there. You two marked. And she'll kind of just like let part of her dress like slop over a little to show a bit of shoulder, as you can see like her mark on the collarbone.
Pulls down, shows chest.
Hey, alright. We're doing what the voices in the sky said because those are powerful wizards and I really don't need those consequences. They know I can get there. I don't need them coming after me later. Hop on in. Free ride.
Oh, thank God.
Wait, is that what the mark looks like? What are some...
That's what mine looks like,
Wow.
at least.
To note,
Their generation.
Val's mark, and I'll say Val's mark, Danny's mark, and Kamaxtel's mark. Your three look the same. What Plumrose showed is it's a similar mark, but different. Denoting coming from a different generation as well. Elf. Probably a lot older than she looks.
I thought there's a weird magic tattoo.
I might explain when I feel like it when I'm sober. Not right now. Okay. You two, get in. Come on. Got places to go. If you got stuff,
Thank
my
you.
servants can put it in the trunk for you.
You mind if I keep my sword on me?
That's fine. Take your armor off, though.
Okay.
I just
Yeah,
think she doesn't want you to shoulder check me out a window as we bump down the road. Which I would very
Nah.
much appreciate if you didn't.
Good thought. But nah. Nah, price of admission, he's my pillow now. See, you two said you couldn't plow. This looks like a man that can plow.
Eh.
I just want to lean over. Good luck with that.
Awfully sudden, but winter down.
As the carriage now a bit more cramped with 5 people instead of 3. Salt, which side would you like to sit on?
Probably not right next to the witch, who might be getting a little personal with our good old buddy here.
Alright, so now the two say now. Different lizard people. Or different scaly folk, some kind here. So you two now have, say you 3 are now kind of sat awkwardly a bit together. Alright. Back to the normal path. I'm gonna wake me up if this needed. Pretty much sets her head on your shoulder there, Val, and almost immediately back to sleep. Wakes up a second, reaches down, grabs the flask of which you can when it's popped open, that immediately just hit for basically like moonshine. You can smell. Takes a swig. You're welcome to have at it if you want. There's pretty bottomless. Slurs some more. Passes out on your shoulder and starts drooling.
I've had worse. I should take this week.
That shit is strong.
I should take another week.
They say it strong, but it's sweet and like syrup.
Oh, that's good. Would you like some?
You know, I think I'm gonna pass, but
It
I
might-
appreciate
It might help with your aches and pains
on second
by
thought,
making
I'll try a
by
swig.
making you unable to feel them.
On second thought, I'll try a swig.
Oh, good lord,
Come
that's
on,
strong.
give it over here.
Like you take a swig and just, oh, good lord, that's strong. It burns.
Do I have toes? Yeah, I do have toes. Okay.
As you two are welcome to get as sloshed as you want over the next however long. As
I'm gonna try to find out how bottomless this thing is.
as
I'm gonna watch him find out how bottomless this thing is.
Oh, look, he died.
as Danny, looking at this guy, give me a history check.
Series in the realm of intelligence, right?
Correct.
Great. History check.
Yep.
At some point, I should remember what proficient. $19. Which is a
19.
natural 20. But
All right, natural 20 there is important though. This looks like one of the guys from decently far west. One of the from the the Stormbound clans that you've met with some of their traders and stuff that have gone far and wide, but you know their rumor is a pretty dominant warrior clan over there that have got a good part of that country under Gallia under thumb. And yeah, as this man that may be of possible some importance of the Stormbound there is just downing an incredible amount of alcohol And Medina, I need you to give me a con save at disadvantage. Would any of you like to make small talk or other such, just talk in general? As you are now in a pumpkin carriage.
I'm gonna lean over. Hey, scaled guy to kind of scaled guy. Is the
I was going to go to a 19.
This is very bottomless, and you're finding out, yeah, you're getting very fucked up very quick.
Okay, before I get too sloshed, I'm gonna fill up my water skin and just fill it up.
I will ask you to repeat yourself whenever they are done.
That's fair.
Yeah, filling up your water skin, it sounds like this flask is still completely full and has not emptied a drop.
Just gonna like. Heck. Just gonna hold on to it until she wakes up.
All right,
Get that away.
to the scaly conversation.
What just happened?
Question for you.
Okay.
For you two.
Sorry, Yunus.
Yeah, what, Matt?
Okay. I was trying to wait for Medina Fish. I just leaned over and said, so, from like one scaled person to another person with some scales, is the warmer climate better than this?
I went directly from the tropics to what I'm assuming is... I don't even really know. Near freezing, surely. I'm not a fan.
I'm gonna take that, put it through a bit of a translation here, and go with yes.
I don't know how to deal with it properly. This coat does nothing. It's basic insulator, but like it.
Alright, okay, hold on. Take your hands, first of all, put them back under your armpits inside of your jacket.
Sure.
It's a start, it's not gonna fix it all, but it might help some.
Apologies, you started off with the cold, and that's really been a thing for me.
Hey, no, you're good. I mean, I can be you're stuck in a pumpkin. I didn't know pumpkins grew like this, so I'm also on a bit of a loop here. I'm just trying to find a normal conversation that doesn't have me scratching my head. And that felt like a good one, you know, weather, small talk, that bullshit.
Are you fish out of watering real hard, too?
Yeah, very. I have no fucking idea what's happening here.
Ah, excellent. Has your guide been at least a little more,
I'm pretty sure he's attempted to break my back 3 times unintentionally.
okay.
Looks at the absolute brick shit house of a man across from you there.
He's polite enough.
Oh, fuck, I forgot. Squirrel on a stick. I need to finish that.
Crunch, crunch, munch, munch.
And to be completely honest, I got you to where you wanted to go in a timely manner.
You've definitely managed it. It's simply a matter of... You inspired fear instead of confidence.
Or I forget.
It's just like they bring some people. It's just their own little thing. It's what they do. You set the rule with it.
Yeah,
Before Valdia forgets.
it's the rule.
I mean,
You
if you
don't
don't,
believe in
it'll
fate?
actually be vindictive.
Oh, we're on the fate talk now.
Oh yeah, see, these are the other two.
Oh, from the weird dream that you've had? That your weird dream that your dad, not dad, had? Your uncle dad?
Exactly. Starting to hit him a little bit.
He had a weird dream from his uncle dad that had him find me where I was, and apparently you guys are fulfilling it. So I guess feel special?
It's all the same, given the last 3 days. Rather not.
Weird.
Honestly, fair.
your what's the team, party, group.
I think he's talking about you guys because everybody here has been kind of talking about this Mark situation.
I didn't really
Which
know
is
it was all that
weird,
in
But
common.
I'm just the guy to get in right home.
No, you're part of the thing too.
I don't think I'm part of the thing because everybody else here currently has that thing called a mark, and I do not.
No, if you don't, you're one of the scaly friends I was supposed to find.
Ha!
Fuck, I hope I locked it outside.
Oh yeah, we got our buddy here too. I'm pretty sure he's part of it too.
As once again, make a nature check. I'll say make a nature check with wisdom on this for Danny.
$20 total.
You don't recognize what that bird is. It's not a crow, it's not a raven. It's something similar, but something's not quite right. You can't place your name on it. You just can't seem to recognize what it actually is. Like what species it is. Like you should know this. Like this, but it doesn't fit anything.
Am I
Ah.
like sitting next to a window? You said it was outside?
Yeah. Yeah, there's windows.
Then I'm opening that window. Hi? What are you?
Ka.
An asshole.
Ka.
For prosperity's sake, does Soup with Animals do anything here?
Are you
Which
gonna
I'm
cast
casting.
the animal?
This is an animal I've never seen before. I don't innately know its language. So yes,
Cast speaking with animals. It costs.
what are you?
Yeah. Trust me, buddy, I've been asking that question for a while now.
Yeah, after the first more pinkish Bay lady dropped me off, it was directly next to him. And as you can see, they definitely have a thing with plants and animals. Definitely do.
Yeah, we had a dude. Ooh, sorry.
No, it was just
Oh,
doubling
you got
down
a
the
weird
statement.
pink. Fair. You had a weird pink fey lady. Yeah, I had a guy who looked kind of normal, minus the fact that he was really fucking pale. Show up, go, here's a bird, and then steal his horse.
He fell off a mountain.
Did not fall off a mountain. I ended on the mountain. Thank you.
Oh.
That did not sound better now that I said that out loud.
Ka.
Fuck you.
Yeah, no, it didn't.
Part of my business. I'm Alioff.
Oh, shit.
oh,
Yeah,
names.
Salt.
Is
And
it
yours?
Vladioff?
Valioff.
Valioff. So
We can just say Val.
That's what I'm doing until I figured it out. Until I figured this out. This is, I don't know if I have the right jaw shape to say those words.
He does have a pretty good jaw.
So Val for Valioff,
by all the
Salt. My name is Kamaxtel.
and I'm Danny. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. And repeat yours again.
Yours being
Yours.
Kamaxtel.
Canaxtel? Am I saying that right?
Kamaxtel.
Would you mind putting
Canaxtel.
that in the Discord for me?
Yeah. Put them all in Discord.
Yeah, do that. Feels unnecessary.
Camax, I thought it was can.
The bird at this point is just sitting down next to Salt like a normal person. Like, it's just sitting there, legs kicked out.
Oh, that
Do you
helps me out. Thank you.
understand what they're saying?
No. But I assume it's rude.
Right. Okay. Hey, Peter, do you understand what they're saying? I'll ask again.
How long? I'll say you still have you have speak with animals up still. That lasts what, like a minute,
Yeah.
10 minutes? It lasts a while,
No,
doesn't it?
last an hour.
Oh, lasts an hour. Yeah,
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10
I
minutes.
Read it.
I unfortunately cannot understand what that bird is saying, good sir.
Didn't know if you all spoke any sort of universal language. Not. Or if it made sense to you.
No, I do not know the languages of the birds.
See. I see.
Since you seem to be understanding what I am saying now. Also, thank you for the safe passage and the provision of wonderful food along the way.
I'm offering our bird friends. Oh,
Anytime. You just have to come ask. I wasn't sure if you wanted to come along or not. So I just brought you along anyway, since you didn't seem to care.
At first I was confused, but now to see the wider world is satisfying.
What's better than just simple carrot patches?
Yes, now I may try the carrot patches of the world.
There's plus and minuses everywhere. Right, I got distracted. I can't understand what they're saying at all. They don't speak like any other animal I've met.
Unfortunately not.
Perhaps they're literally saying "ka."
Huh?
They're not the only
Are you
one who
just
thought
calling
about
to
that.
say caw?
Huh?
Can we hear his half of the conversation?
You hear
Yes.
just my half of the conversation.
You hear his calf, you hear his half, and the other part is you just see a bunny like moving its nose and kind of moving its
Alright, I'm
mouth
going
some.
to assume you haven't had too much of her alcohol and that this is something you can do. And
You-
say, I don't know what
you're-
you know about this thing, but I'm willing to bet it would do that.
You were able to see him cast magic.
That spell does indeed have verbal and somatic visual components. You know, it's just verbal and somatic, whatever. Yeah, that comment was to you, saying I didn't understand what they were saying. You
That's
being
fair.
Saltmire.
That's fair.
Salt.
Yeah, no, I get you. Salt dress. But it's salt.
Ultress?
Dress.
He just told you guys salt in fairness.
Ah. At that
As
last
someone
call,
who has dealt with it, yes, it would literally just say call to be a dick, if that's what you're wondering.
and at that last call there, Plumrose wakes up for a moment as you kind of have that like explosive kind of wake up, or she just takes the hat and just shoves it over the bird. Shut up. Try to sleep.
It won't work.
As you just hear a muffled caw.
See.
I have an idea.
Bird,
Oh, what's up,
not
Flask?
bird. Whatever thing you are, don't make me shove you in a pocket dimension.
Hey, buddy. Drink. Join me.
Ah. if you're just like pouring out alcohol for the bird to drink, it's gonna drink.
Yes.
Oh my god.
It sits there and drinks for a moment and just it's kind of hops back over next to Salt, stops for a second, hops up and pokes you in the eye again, Salt, and now you're immediately met with now spinning double vision.
Oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Don't give him any more, don't give him any more. I can't do this. And he just starts to hold the edge of it like, what is happening?
And then pokes your eye again.
I'm gonna grab it and shove it out the window.
The bird or the flask?
The bird.
Okay, thank God.
You grab it and throw it out the window.
Yep.
Shut the window behind it.
Yep.
You see it just there, kind of perched next to the window a moment later. Leans in a little bit. As you can just very muffled hear through the glass.
What?
That thing is not a normal animal. I don't know what it is. Something ain't right. Alright.
There's a lot right with it.
We got a couple days. I might figure that out, might not. Okay, back to sleep. Actually, wait, what time is it? Stop for a moment. It's getting a bit later in the day. Supper, then back to sleep. Another thing that a couple you should know. Elves don't normally sleep.
Are you okay?
Oh wait, I can do this. I forgot I can speak the language. Is she awake?
Elf- She is at the moment, and she's stopping and sitting there for a second, and pulls out what looks to be a spell book. And was going through a few pages. Okay. Yeah.
I want to ask her now, like, is that perfume she's wearing, or is that just how she smells?
Stops for a second.
My nose
Back in
crinkles
Elvish,
just a
say-
little bit.
Back in Elvish. Listen, you don't have to flatter me. It's just kind of stays around me.
I just don't get to speak this often. That's a very sweet scent. I don't things like this often. Like that often.
Just kind of became infused with my presence. And for a moment, I'll say the carriage comes to a stop. Okay. Time for supper. And sits there a moment as one of the doors open. You're met with a bit of a chilly wind entering. More notable for and there's a smaller pumpkin there for each of you that's handed out on a plate. You can eat in here, or you can eat outside. In here's cozier.
I think I'll have it in here. And you?
Just kind of nods, half asleep, half drunk still. And she takes the pumpkin. These are, I think, more like personal pumpkin size rather than big ones. Opens the top of it, which was already cut open, and there's some rather pleasant, earthy smelling, kind of thickened porridge. As when the servant passes around the pumpkins, it also holds out spoons to pass around.
Thank you.
As I said, It's a bit of a thick porridge. It's very earthy, kind of warms you from the inside out after eating. It's pretty nice. It's definitely not as good as what you had back at the Sugar Plum there for you two, but it's warm and it's filling.
I'm just trying not to look at what's across the wagon from me at this point.
As she finishes eating, sets a pumpkin down. Let's say sets the pumpkin down sort of in the little area in between, and starts to cast a spell and puts a little light there that's similar to those bluish purple ones you saw before.
Or
Except
an
this
extra
one,
sheet of pumpkin.
Crunch, crunch.
she just kind of gives you a pat on the shoulder. It's okay. It's cooked as well on the inside.
I drink all the soup after eating pumpkin.
Extra fiber. And unlike those lights that were out there in the forest before, this one produces a nice warmth. And she takes a moment and another just deep swig. Okay, don't wake me up unless you need something. Also, you asked if I was okay. Due to the nature of some of my magics, I have seen towards the end of time and many disturbing things, and it just kind of... Sleep is nice.
Good to know.
One question: are you good with healing magic?
Yeah, some of it. She's just kind of... She's taking, as you're saying that, she's just taking her hat and just setting it on your lap to go back to sleep.
When you have the time, buddy over here could use some. Is that right? Pat on the back.
Yeah, sure.
Say no, but also she looks like she's about to pass out, man. I don't want her to
Yeah,
pass out.
she-
Send me up more.
I'll prepare spells in the morning or whenever I wake up.
Thank you.
If anyone needs bathroom breaks, just knock on the pumpkin and let it know.
The pump. Okay. The pumpkin
Or
takes
if you need,
now. Gotcha.
or if you need any blankets or any such. Yeah, pumpkin, give him a blanket.
I should probably use the restroom before you fall back to sleep then.
As the as one of those tendrils, like one of the roots from before, just opens up the door and gets you guys out a couple blankets. All right, sleep tight. Don't talk too loud. Stops for a moment. Never mind, and just kind of pulls out, pulls out little bits of like cotton, stuffs her ears. Don't wake me up unless it's life-threatening or important.
I'm gonna use the restroom before she goes to sleep.
Yeah. And it's getting close to midnight here, so we'll just let you guys bullshit around for the night if you have any other, things to talk to each other about. Or closing off session.
I'm just gonna open that window back up because it's getting kind of warm in here.
I'm gonna wait till he's not paying attention, then I'm gonna mage him the window back closed because it's getting kind of cold in here.
When you let the window open, the bird hops in. Ah.
I don't like you, Danny boy, already.
So, were any of you given a prophecy as well? Well,
Something about property?
prophecy.
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 Yeah, like I was saying, his uncle dad had prophecy shit.
Did they share the entirety of their message, or
Just what you wish to share.
just what?
What's that?
Whatever you wish to share. But, happy to fast.
What did he wish to share?
Whatever you would like to share.
I was asking about the prophecy that your uncle
Oh,
father
that's,
gave you.
I was told to go out this area and I would run into the other travelers. Two of them on the scalier side. And we have met.
So it was prophesized that we would all come together as a group, and that's it.
We stay as a group, do things together, adventure. How far did it go of game?
Your dad's prophecies were usually pretty true, but they're usually also pretty vague.
His visions were, but missing a lot of deep.
I suppose I'll have to wait for part 2.
Yeah, it seems kind of end up. I don't have a good answer in the whole couple things fit way.
Hopefully there will be a part 2 of his vision. He also said I'd probably be back in time for his departure.
So I take it departure as in they're leaving to go somewhere, or they're not doing well?
It's a bit of both.
Should they be going somewhere for medical services, or...
Not medical. Said when one of me and my brothers would be chosen to lead, he'd leave. Or he'd be gone by then. And pass on.
self-imposed exile? Strange.
Well, let's say Medina, for to add on, it's part of the not wanting to die a straw death. So essentially, going out to find a proper warrior to kill him.
Going out in a battle of his own.
I see.
Maxtel, for your people, that makes no damn sense.
Yeah, but he said it with conviction, and I'm not about to
What,
make
for your
mean.
people? Yeah. That's just a statement for you. Your people sit there and hold on to their power as long as they physically can until they're a decrepit husk.
And even then, sometimes.
And even then, sometimes.
And if they start to die, they just take the life essence of the young and the slaves.
Until someone else usually kills them and attempts to magically drain their power, or go, I am the new leader because I am the strongest.
Exactly. I know where I come from.
Eh.
Dare I ask if there's any other bits of prophecy floating around here?
Ah.
Oh?
No. Fuck you. I just want to go home. I have no prophecy.
You're a
I have
part
no
of my
mark,
prophecy.
no destiny. I have no issues there. No. You found me. You fulfilled your part. I'm going home when we get there.
I really don't.
Ka?
Ka.
Don't encourage it, please.
Ka?
Oh, you're
Ka.
right.
mean, if you're talking prophecies, I also technically received one.
Oh, let's hear it.
That's about it. I was told to go fight a wolf in the forest. That's something to do with godly things going on. And to wait a second. I'm gonna knock on the side of the pumpkin. Hey, do you mind stopping here for a second?
Pumpkin comes to a stop.
Great. I was just told to go plant these seeds everywhere. I'm just gonna quickly get out to go plant a seed.
Yep, get out, and go plant a seed along the side of the road.
I feel like that's code.
So you were told to
Does he
plant
order-
your seed far and wide, good sir.
Maybe,
That I-
but he pulled out a literal bag of seeds and started planting.
When your god gives you a bag of seeds and tells you to plant these places, you just do it.
You plant those, and I'll plant mine.
As he's outside, yeah, he seems to have a thing for plants. He's got a weird head of some sort of leafy vegetable that he keeps looking at every now and then. I don't understand why.
My
Yeah.
comment was for when I came back into the vehicle.
Salt's having like just a moment of internal crisis of, is this what it was like when the sun was up? Was it just remembering better memories because of nostalgia?
Is this why Dad is like the way he is?
Oh god, I get it. Oh god, I just related to Dad.
So what's this prophecy you mentioned?
It's exactly that. God said, go plant these seeds, and handed me a literal bag of seeds, and go into the wood to go find a wolf. Go kill. That's messing with godly things.
Well, I'm assuming you won your fight.
No, I haven't found the wolf. He said it was a metaphor.
I'm sorry. You look at the cart. Are we going through woods right now?
You're on a main road, but there's woods across, and the
I'm in the same boat.
as you're looking out, you kind of hear just an over your shoulder. None of you, say only Kamak sees and hears this. As you see a little bit of a tongue flip, and a little bit of a light. Let's say as the bit of a ethereal form of It's a Papalotl is there. Man, that guy's dense as bricks, huh? Looks like you did good for yourself, kid. Made some new friends. Coming to check in on you. It's been a couple days. Just about.
I look over the shoulder fully. See if they magically
You can-
disappear.
It's there.
They, however,
It's
do not
there.
seem to be reacting in any way, shape, or form.
No, none of them. Oh yeah, they can't see me. Don't worry about that.
I
I
give
was
a-
just coming in to check. I was
Go
just
on.
coming in to check on you, see how you doing. I saw you. You killed some things with your powers earlier. Good job on that.
I give a quick closed mouth nod.
Oh. Stops a second.
Caw.
Snake looks at the bird. Snake looks at the bird. Bird looks like it's for Salt for you. And the bird just looks like it's looking at the air next to Kamaxtal and just cawed. Oh, something ain't right there.
What are
Ah.
you doing now? Are you going after more? I'm looking back
Hey.
and forth like, what the hell?
Yeah, keep an eye on that thing. I don't know what's up with that thing. All right, well,
Yeah, I know,
No, Matt, you can't hear anything. You can't. This is
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My bad. I
that's what
misunderstood the thing.
that's what I said at the start. You only Maxdol is hearing this. The bird.
No,
you can hear.
I knew the code. I knew the code was. I misunderstood which voice was talking. My bad.
The bird's like looking over there and calling at it. You just see it calling at the air.
No, I get that. When you said the fucked up thing, I just registered it as a different person, not the thing. That's all I'm saying. My bad. Misunderstood.
Yeah. Yeah, that thing's weird. Keep an eye on it. I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah. All right, like I said, I was just coming in to check on you. You're doing a good job, kid. Just choose wisely in the future how things go. Also, maybe try to explain to your dense friend there how metaphors work.
My facial expression flickers into a bit of a for a moment.
Yeah, you have fun with that. All right, peace. And just kind of just shimmers into the ether again.
See?
But were we heading toward woods?
All right, Danny
You
boy.
know-
If we get jumped by a fucking wolf, I'm gonna be mad at you. Like really, really proper mad at you. You understand this, right?
I don't think it's an actual wolf. But if it is a wolf,
Can
I
you guarantee?
understand.
Okay. We're
No.
on the same page. You mentioned gods and fighting wolves. Those are two things that should not mix with my proximity. I like my limbs attached.
Hey, Val. Hey, Val. Gods fighting woods. That sounds like something you're familiar with.
But in and of itself, it is very concerning that I was asked to go do this.
Medina, you there?
Yep, what's up?
I was saying he talked about God, said something about gods fighting wolves, and that sounds a familiar thing for you.
It sounds similar to the story of my people.
That sounds like end times talk of Ragnarok with in
Fafnir.
Odin getting swallowed there.
Fenris.
Fenrir.
Come on.
Yeah.
There's two F's. I got to mix it for a second.
Isn't Fafnir the dragon?
Yeah, it was a dwarf that became dragon.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
yeah,
greedy son of a
he's
bitch.
dragon right now.
But hey, that sounds familiar. Yeah, that sounds familiar to you.
Not good. That's really not good.
Oh,
Gods and wolves.
If
The end times.
yeah. Yay.
Oh god, I really gotta go home.
Gonna reach over and grab him. Nah.
Yeah,
Riding out to
yeah, no. I went through one of these. I'm not going through another one of these. Fuck that.
Well, good. You can help. You've been here
No,
before.
I can't. No, I can't. Nope.
Just gonna get a piece of rope and just like tie it to his arm.
Don't you fucking dare.
Like inches the rope towards him. Come on, it'll be fun.
I think we have different definitions of fun. I don't want to deal with any apocalypse bullshit.
I think that by the
Well,
very nature
if we don't
of an
deal, you still have to
apocalypse,
deal with it during the
everyone
end time.
has to deal with it.
No, I do not. I, in fact, really do not.
It again.
Hear about that?
anything you had said, Eric, was cut out.
It was just basically the same concept as what Medina was saying,
What Matt said.
which is to say, apocalypse, everyone has to deal with it.
No, in fact, I do not.
You just gonna let the apocalypse pass you by and not do anything?
Yep. Yep. That sounds like it. I don't do shit with things like that. That sounds like a very important, like, I don't know, fated mark of destiny thing. You have fun with that.
Well, you were thrown out for a reason, were you not?
Yeah, the reason is somebody's an asshole.
Ah,
He just
Not
happened to
you this time.
just happened to throw you out during the before any of this kicks off. As we're all going to go meet the big guy and
No.
the guy.
No. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Bird,
I'm gonna need you to
Bird?
stop right now.
Bird
Mm,
pokes you in the eye, swapping vision again, and flies over onto Val's shoulder.
Oh god.
he wants some
Gets
more.
out and grabs some stuff.
It's
Why
a
is this
hard
happening?
drink.
Make a perception check, Salt.
I'm drinking again.
A perception check? Okay.
Yeah, as you get the liquor again, the bird stops there for a second. Caw.
Drinks
20
and I drink.
total.
Huh?
20 total.
You don't like what you see.
What do
You
I
don't
see?
like what you don't like what you see when you blink for a moment. As you catch the glimpse of it on yourself. Caw. And flies back over, pokes you in the eye, returning your vision, and then flies back over to get more alcohol.
I think there's a moment where you just see him break, freeze. Like, you know how there's like this little bit like every muscle like freezes as he just stares off into oblivion for a minute.
Is your eye okay?
Is his mouth open?
Yeah, from everyone else's perspective, this bird has just poked him in the eye a few times.
You miss. But no, as he's doing it, is his mouth open?
That's up to Matt.
I can't decide if his mouth would be agape from like, oh god, shock, or tensing in the no fuck moment. I think he's going to like. I think I'm gonna go with it's tensing for a minute. I'm gonna look over at Val.
He's drinking all the alcohol.
I'm gonna slap you, and then I slap him.
What did I do?
Was it
I
while
would-
he's drinking? I say, is it just while he's drinking, or do you wait for him to finish?
I don't think I wait. I don't think I'm having a mini panic attack. Not a mini panic attack. This is someone going through a full blown no.
I say, he's drinking. You slap him across the face, and just kind of jets out alcohol across the three of you there.
Oh no, he's gonna try to
Good
catch
knock
it at
on the
least.
door. Knock on the door. I need to get out of this thing for a minute.
Oh no, you're not gonna slap me the wrong way.
Pumpkin comes to a stop as the door starts to open. You just
I'm gonna slither
Scream.
out. I will embrace all of my powers of slither.
I get my armor. I get you like in a chokehold.
as I try and reach out to grab him. You're kind of fucked up at this point. He's not. I'd say make an opposing grapple check. Matt, you have advantage.
What's that based
Gotcha.
off?
I'm
Strength or
just-
athletics?
You're in
Athletic-
athletics.
Yours is athletics.
I'm just
Minus
sitting here
Disadvantage.
looking at this crew around me.
I say, yeah. As for Danny and Kamoxidal, you just got sprayed. You just got sprayed with the strong alcohol across your face after you got slapped. Alligator Man just opened the door, like having a panic attack.
Calmly press
You said I'm rolling at
digitating
disadvantage
away.
or what?
You're rolling at normal. He's rolling at advantage.
Okay.
He's I gave him advantage rather than you disadvantage. As this drunk giant Norseman is now trying to wrestle the alligator.
You thought I was
25.
I can't beat that. Never mind. Doesn't even matter.
I'm here.
As you start to As you start to slither out, because you said what? You have like a tail that's almost as long as the rest of you, right?
Yeah, I'm about 7 feet tall, and the tail is also about 7 feet long.
Yeah, it's like most of your body's out. Okay, the fresh, cold, like the cool night air, and then he grabs your tail.
Come here.
I'm gonna whirl around just because he was gonna get out and make sure anything he did was outside of this, away from it. He was gonna whirl around. He's gonna be like, you, I was fine. Nothing was tied to me, and then you came along.
As the two of you tumble out of the pumpkin.
Admittedly, you seem chronically
I have a
distracted by
flask in my other
something.
hand.
Like you won't
Go
look
drinking.
at it. But at least you're not doing that.
Who's that? Is that part at me?
No, well, that is like eyes towards you, but you guys are now outside the cart, fucking dust cloud rolling away. That was being spoken toward Danny. As he made a comment that I think didn't get to end.
Oh, sorry.
I was the strange one, I think. That's what I started saying.
Yeah, you seem perpetually distracted by something as though you refuse to acknowledge it, but at least you're not doing that.
Also, when he got up and did all this, Plumrose just kind of flopped over onto the floor, still passed the fuck out. Went through the astral fire, because that's astral fire, it's not doing fire damage there.
What is your problem, my friend?
You are my problem right about now. I was
What
like,
do I do?
I was getting pranked. I had nothing tied.
Oh, you said you were getting drinks?
Shit. Pranks, not drink. Drinks were
Oh.
involved, in fairness. Nothing tied me to this, and then you came along.
Huh!
Fuck!
So earlier, the spirit I mentioned that saved me from drowning showed up behind me. I think the bird saw it. It was weird.
Caw.
I was gonna go home.
I'm just silently
was gonna
talking. I don't
enjoy
think that they can
time.
even hear me. And did the bird follow?
Yeah. I was about to ask, you're just talking at a casual tone, right? Well, they're probably like rolling around, like punching each other out there.
Oh, absolutely. Salt is ranting. He can't hear this.
Yeah.
Did a spirit or a god or something like that just appeared behind us?
Apparently, it was checking in, which, in fairness, I guess was rather kind of it.
You could equate to the bird standing, I'll say the bird out there calling what you could equate to just fight, fight, fight.
I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but this is basically Salt having his panic attack and taking his frustration out on the person that it is now bringing the prophecy to him. Therefore, it is his fault.
Are you
Well,
just gonna take? Say, are you swinging any on him?
This isn't like swinging, hitting. This is more like grabbing and shaking a lot.
Okay.
I'm trying
Is he
to spill my alcohol. Like down the flask. Here, calm down. Can I like open his mouth and just pour?
No.
Well, he alcoholically waterboards the other one.
It's endless, so I'm just gonna keep pouring.
Please be on the lookout for a giant literal wolf. I feel like you were given commands from what you said.
It is why I'm looking around. But at least you're comforted by the fact that you're being watched and taken care of, and they approve your decision so far.
Right. Wait. Are you sure the rabbit's a rabbit? Whatever the fuck that is. I don't think I know what a rabbit is. The fuzzy thing.
You'd know what a rabbit is,
Either
at least.
arbitrarily.
I don't know,
before
man.
even
I've never seen a jungle rabbit.
More like a small game animal. Actually, yeah, maybe not a rabbit, but similar rodents.
Okay, yeah. You sure the rodent's a rodent?
I mean, I just picked them up before talking to my god.
I eye it suspiciously.
I do have to say, he's quite well spoken for a bunny.
Huh?
but that's not atypical of them.
So, like, you can just talk to animals and plants?
Yes. A lot of them have weird things to say. Some of them are actually interesting.
In the background, just alcohol being poured out.
I'm gonna show fistfuls of salt at him. I'm just gonna throw salt at him at this point. Fuck him.
You're getting doused with alcohol. You're now getting covered in salt.
Hey, we got a margarita.
I think this will go on until Salt exhausts himself or the other guy passes out drunk. Or he just gets down.
You're still not telling me what I did wrong. You get poked in the eye and you took it out of me, not the bird.
I just enjoy the image of us having a casual conversation while they're doing that.
Yeah, you guys should just be nice and civil in there, you know? Figuring some stuff out. Oh. Man,
No. Somebody went out the window.
Maxwell, that's that's like that door being open's kind of cold.
Oh,
I just made it shut.
that gives me an idea. A vegetable carriage. He's trying to run. Can you help me?
I hate you.
I see it.
As
Close the door and it gives me an idea.
as a pumpkin vine kind of just grow out of the top, just kind of grows and slithers down to grab at your feet, Salt. Are you accepting this at this point?
Hold his mouth open, too.
I don't think I like what I'm seeing outside.
You like you need to put a stop to it, but also I don't particularly want.
I don't want to take his
Are you
place.
Are you resisting the pumpkin?
I don't know if I'm even paying attention to the pumpkin. I'm gonna say narratively, it probably gets me because I'm just.
If you're not paying attention, then you have that moment of like pumpkin, he's trying to escape. Just like what? And then you just like off of your feet, just grabbed by a vine and just thrown back in the carriage. I say thrown, but it's like dragged in, and kind of like some more vines like gently catch you and set you back down.
You just have deep breaths now. He's gonna start pulling himself back together properly.
You ready to calm down, my friend?
No.
What is? You still haven't told me what's wrong.
Are you stepping back in the vehicle now?
I don't have a choice anymore.
I was asking him like after you got thrown in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, technically, I gotta get in first and just kind of. Oh, there she is.
Pick her back up off the ground.
Yep.
Just slap her over wherever you're gonna put her. The room now a mixture of that sweet smell being produced before. Now a mixture of sweat, alcohol, and salt.
At least I'm not sweaty. So how's everybody else's night?
Care to share what just happened?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, it smacked me in the face.
I don't think I'm gonna get to go home when we get there now. That's what happened.
Okay.
I'm just
He's
as
going
lost as you.
to close that eye and point.
It's a bit hard to tell just due to the scales and how things are there, but you can make out what looks like a mark over the eye that, first of all, with his height, kind of hard to tell, and the scales hide it a bit better there. But you can make out it looks to be like a mark. Doesn't look to be the same one as yours.
Do you also have a magical glowing tattoo?
It's not glowing.
But not glowing with magical tattoo.
If it's not the same as ours. You said it's not the same as ours, right?
Yeah, and it's not the same as Plum Rose's either.
Okay, that was
It's
my
the same
follow-up
as the
question.
one.
Is
What's
what?
that?
I was gonna say the same as that one guy that I saw in my intro. The guy who had his arm cut off.
No, it's not the same either. The guy that had his arm cut off was in the same you could say like same age period as you other three.
Seems like
That
they
was an
have a
old
lot
story.
of different ones running around anyway.
Pumpkin sits there, and as you're just kind of like deep breathing, just offers you a blanket.
Fucking taking it.
Sits there and kind of like fluffs a pillow for you.
I will not be bought.
Would you like a drink now?
No.
Your eyes are kind of burning from the alcohol, anyways. It was fucking poured all over you.
Yeah. I know.
All right.
So the voice in the sky. Anybody know who that was? Oh, sorry.
Apparently some sort of boisterous wizard and then some sort of prodigal wizard.
Old wizard was Boldverker. Prodigal wizard was Alengron or something like that. I heard the names. I didn't write or note them down.
Good to know.
The people in Coral who are looking for us. Well, us. Them.
Good to hear that you're good of names.
People have names that they prefer to be called by. If you actually give a name to some fae like being, they will take it from you. So it's good to have a backlog of others you can give them instead.
Okay.
That sounds supremely fucked up.
It is how it is.
Whatever happened to, oh no, everybody around here is kind and nice.
It's not like they do it willingly. It's accidental. Instinctual. So you just have to live with it if it happens. If it doesn't,
Matt,
good on you.
Matt.
Hmm?
In between dealings with your family and the Fae on your side of the realm, you would have knowledge that, oh no, some of that's passive, but a lot of that is just them being mischievous little shits.
Don't believe them when they say it was an accident.
Other times they're just acting like the fae or fairies and playing
Yeah,
pranks.
they're just
That's
little
what they do.
shits.
Yeah.
They have kleptomania.
I'm not gonna make it.
Well, we're moving out of their area, so you don't have to worry about them. Probably.
Oh, I don't think it's the fake he's worried about, Danny boy.
No?
Oh,
That was the most concerning thing that I heard.
it's okay. We'll get you there. You'll understand eventually. It's okay.
I mean, he could also be concerned about the cold, since he doesn't seem to like the cold that. But we're also moving out of the north, so that won't be a problem.
Ka,
And
Sad. Oh,
I think we'll close out here on Kamaxtel's call into the night.
Anything
Liz.
before? Go on.
Say with the party, banded together, riding through the night in a pumpkin carriage, controlled by, something. Not sure how this thing functions, but seems to be a living plant or nature spirit of some kind. But carriage is taking you away to Coral, which, as the predicted route beforehand, was going to take you'd be there in the middle of the week more so. Now it looks like you'll be there fine and dandy on time.
Great fucking joy.
As the group is now together, people found out a few things about each other and about themselves. So we now have 4 people and a questionable amount of spiritual compatriots or physical ones. Got a bunny. Got Mr. Peter there. Yeah,
That bunny's
it's a
problem.
Papalotto.
I can sense it.
And then you got the bird. Have you named that bird yet, or are you just calling it Bird? Like the previous owner.
Oh, currently it's just Bird.
Bird it is.
More commonly referred to as Asshole, but that's a title, not a name.
Fair enough, but thank anyone for watching. I think we're good to wrap up here.
Alrighty, goodbye.
Bye!
goodbye.
Cop.